Chapters 30 and 31 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Sex and Young America. Discusses present-day sex arrangements as they affect the future generation. Our first task is to consider how people actually behave in the matter of sex, as distinguished from the way they pretend to behave. The first and most necessary step in the cure of any disease is a correct diagnosis, and in this case we have not merely to make the diagnosis, but to prove it, because the most conspicuous fact about our present sex arrangements is a mass of organized concealment. Not merely do teachers and preachers, for the most part, suppress all mention of these subjects, but the defenders of our present economic disorder are accustomed to acclaim the private property regime as the only basis of family life. So long as people hold such an idea, there is no use trying to teach them anything on the subject. There is no use talking to them about monogamous love, because all they understand is hypocrisy. In this chapter, therefore, we shall proceed to hold up the mirror in front of capitalist morality. I pause and consider. Where shall I begin? At the top of society or at the bottom? With the city or the country? With the old or the young? I think you care most of all about your boys and girls, so I am going to tell you what is happening to the youth of America in these days of triumphant reaction. I have a son, about whom naturally I think a great deal. Just now he is a student at one of our state universities, and he wrote me the other day, "I went to a dance, and believe me, father, if you knew what these modern dances mean, you would write something about them." I know what they mean. They have come to us straight from the brothels of the Argentine, among the vilest haunts of vice in the world. Others have come from the jungle, where they were natural. The poor creature of the jungle has his sex desire and nothing else. He is not troubled with brains. He does not have a complicated social organism to build up and protect. Consequently, he does not need what are called morals. But we civilized people need morals, and we are losing them. And our society is disintegrating, going back to the howling and fighting and cannibalism of the jungle. Professor William James, America's greatest psychologist, tells us that going through the motions appropriate to an emotion automatically causes that emotion to be felt. If you watch an actor preparing to rush on the stage in an emotional scene, you will see him walking about, clenching his fists, stamping his feet, making ferocious faces, working himself up. And now, what do you think is going on in the minds of young men and women, while with their bodies they are going through procedures which are nothing and can be nothing but imitations of sexual contact? The parents, it appears, are ignorant and unsophisticated, and have left it for their children to find out what these dances mean. In Rhode Island, one of our oldest states is Brown College, chosen by New England's aristocracy for the education of its sons. And these boys go to social affairs in the best homes in Providence, and they call them petting parties. And here's what they write in their college paper: "The modern social bud drinks, not too much, often, but enough. She smokes unguardedly, swears considerably, and tells dirty stories. All in all, she is a most frivolous, passionate, sensation-seeking little thing." This statement, published in a college paper, causes a scandal, and a newspaper reporter goes to interview the college boy who edits the paper, and this boy talks. He tells how he met a lovely girl at a dance, and his heart was thrilled with the rapture of young love. Frankly, between you and me, I was pretty smitten with this particular little lady. Felt about her, don't you know, like a real guy feels about a girl he could imagine himself married to. Thought she was too nice to touch, almost. You know, the grave sort of love affair a man always has once in a lifetime. Well, we talked a bit, and I guess I didn't say much. For a while, I felt plenty, respectfully, just the same. And as we turned the corner of one of the buildings here, she grasped my hand. Hers was trembling. "Love and let love is my motto, dearie," said this seraph of my dreams. "Come, we're losing a lot of time getting started." That girl thought I was dead slow. She didn't know that just then I imagined the great love of my life was just entering the door. It was cruel the way she got down from the pedestal I had built for her. Suppose I should ask you to name the influence that is having most to do with shaping the thoughts of young America. What would you answer? Undoubtedly, the moving pictures. It is from the movies that your children learn what life is. If I can show you that a certain thing is in the movies, you can surely not deny that it is passing every day and night into the hearts and minds of millions of our boys and girls. Take a vote among the girls. What would they consider the most delightful destiny in life? Surely 9 out of 10 would answer to become a screen star, and pose before a world of admirers, and be paid $1,000,000 a year. Make a test and see, and put that fact together with the one I have already stated, that in order to get an important job in the movies, a girl must regularly, and as a matter of course, part with her virtue. You will be told, no doubt, that this is a slanderous statement, so let me give you a little evidence. I happened within the past year to be in the private office of a well-known moving picture producer, a man who is married and takes care to tell you that he loves his wife. He was producing a play, the heroine of which was supposed to be a daughter of Puritan New England. To play this part, he had engaged a chaste girl, and as a result was in the midst of a queer trouble, which he poured out to me. His leading man had refused to act with this girl, insisting that no girl could act a part of love unless she had had passionate experience. No such thing had ever been heard of in moving pictures before. Likewise, the director agreed that no girl who is chaste could act for the screen, and the producer asked my advice about it. Mr. William Allen White of Kansas was present in the office, and authorizes me to state that he substantiates this anecdote. We both advised the producer to stand by the girl, and he did so, and the picture went out and proved to be what in trade parlance is termed a frost. That is to say, your children didn't care for it, and it cost the producer something like $100,000 to make this attempt to defy the conventions of the moving picture world. I will tell you another story. I have a friend, a prominent man in Los Angeles, who was appealed to by a young lady who wished to act in the movies. My friend introduced this young lady to a very prominent screen actor, who in turn introduced her to one of the biggest producers in America, one of the men whose $1,000,000 feature pictures are regularly exploited. The producer examined the young lady's figure, and told her that she would do. He added, quite casually, and as a matter of course, that she would be expected to pay the price. The young lady took exception to this proposition, and gave up the chance. She told my friend about it, and he, being a man of the world, accustomed to dealing with the foibles of his fellow men, wrote a note to the actor, explaining that inasmuch as this young lady had been socially introduced to him, and by him socially introduced to the manager, she should not have been expected to pay the price. To this the actor answered that my friend was correct, and he would see the manager about it. The manager conceded the point, and the young lady got her chance in the movies, and made good without paying the price. This story tells you all you need to know about the difference in sex ethics that society applies to the lady and to the daughter of common people. You know, of course, what is the stock theme of all moving pictures: the virtuous daughter of the people who resists all temptations and is finally rescued from her would-be seducer by the strong and sturdy arm of a male doll. Could one ask a more perfect illustration of capitalist hypocrisy than the fact that the girl who plays this role is required to pay with her virtue for the privilege of playing it? And if you knew anything about young girls, you can watch her playing it on the screen and see from her every gesture that what I am telling you is true. My wife knows young girls, and I took her the other day to see a moving picture. She said, "I have solved a problem. When I come home on the streetcars, it happens that I ride with a lot of young girls from the high school. I have been watching them, and I couldn't imagine what was the matter with them. All simple girlish straightforwardness is gone out of them. They are making eyes in the strangest manner, and at nobody, just practicing, apparently. They wear yearning facial expressions. When they start to walk, they do not walk, but writhe and wiggle. I thought there must be some nervous eye and lip disease got abroad in the school, but now, when I go to a moving picture, I discover what it means. They are imitating the stars on the screen." In these pictures, you know, there are ingenues, young girls engaged in making a happy ending to the story by capturing a rich lover. And then there are vamps, engaged in seducing young men or breaking up some happy home. In old-style melodrama, it was possible to tell the ingenue from the vamps. The former would trip lightly and glance coyly out of the corners of their eyes, while the vamp moved with slow, languished, writhing, blinking, heavy-lidded, sinister eyes. But nowadays, the vamps have learned to pose as ingenues, and the ingenues are as vicious as the vamps. They both make the same glances and culminate in the same sensual swoon. It is all sex and nothing else, except revolvers and fighting and wild rushing about. And then, too, there are the musical comedies, made wholly out of sex, being known as girl shows, or more frankly still, leg shows. A row of half-naked women prancing and gyrating on the stage, and in front of them rows of bald-headed old men gazing at them greedily. Also college boys, or boys too imbecile to get through college, sending in their cards with boxes of costly flowers. You will be shocked as you read my plain statements of fact, but if you are the average American, you will take your family to a musical show which has come straight from the brothels of Paris, every allusion of which is obscene. I remember once being in a small town in the South when one of these road shows arrived from New York, and I realized that this institution was simply a traveling house of ill fame. The whole male portion of the town was aquiver with excitement, a mixture of lust and fear. I live in Southern California, one of the many places in America where the idle rich gather for their diversion. The country is dotted with palatial hotels, and a golden flood of pleasure seekers come in every winter. I have talked with some of the college boys in this part of the country, and also with teachers who try to save the boys. They report these swell hotels as hotbeds of vice, haunted by married women with automobiles and nothing to do, who wish to go into the canyons for sexual riots. Even elderly women, white-haired women old enough to be your grandmother. I have had them pointed out to me in these hotels, their cheeks and lips covered with rouge, with pink silk tights on their calves, and nothing else, almost up to their knees, and nothing at all halfway down their backs. These old women seek to prey on boys, wanting their youth and being willing to lavish money upon them. They are preying on your boys, you prosperous businessmen who have preached the gospel of each for himself, and are proud of your skill to prey upon society. You heap up your fortunes and call it success, and are secure and happy. You have made your children safe against want, you think. But how are you going to make them safe against the vamps who prey upon the overwhelming excitements of youth, and betray your sons before your very eyes, teaching them lust in their youth, so that love may never be born in their stunted hearts? All the haunts of gilded vice are thriving, and somebody's boy is paying the interest on the capital, to say nothing of paying the police. Many years ago I paid a call upon Anthony Comstock, head of the Society for the Prevention of Vice. Comstock was an old-style Puritan, and many insist that he was likewise an old-style grafter. However that may be, he had a collection of literature of pornography which would cause any man to hesitate in condemning his activities. There's a vast traffic in this kind of thing. It is sold by pack peddlers all over the country, and it is sold in little shops in the neighborhood of public schools. You may be sure that in your school there are some boys who know where to get it, even though they will not tell what they know. I will describe just one piece that a schoolboy brought to me, a catalog of obscene literature for sale in Spain, and to be ordered wholesale. You know how men with wares to sell will expend their imaginations and exhaust their vocabulary in describing to you the charms of each particular article for sale. Here was a catalog of 100 or 200 pages, listing thousands of items, pictures, pamphlets, and books, and various implements of vice, all set forth in that imitation ecstasy of department stores and seed catalogs. Here was something neat. Here was a fancy one. This one was a peach, and that one was a winner. When I was a lad, I was tramping in the Adirondack Mountains and was picked up by an itinerant photographer. We rode all day together, and he became friendly and showed me some obscene pictures. Presently he discovered that he was dealing with a young moralist, and apparently it was the first time he had ever had that experience. He talked honestly, and we became friends on a different basis. This man had a wife and children at home, but he traveled all over the mountains, and was like the sailor with a girl in every port. Also, he was thoroughly familiar with all forms of unnatural vice, and took this also as a matter of course, and spread it on his journeys. The other day I read a statement by a prominent physician in New York. He had been talking with a police captain, and had asked him to state what, in his opinion, was the most significant development in the social life of New York. The answer was the spread of male prostitution. Here is a subject to which I have to admit my courage is unequal. I cannot repeat the jokes which I have heard young men tell about these matters, and about the attitude of the police to them. Suffice it to say that these hideous forms of vice are now the commonplace of the underworld of all our great cities. The other day a friend of mine was talking with a prostitute who had left a high-class resort where the price charged was $10, and gone to live in a 50-cent house frequented by sailors. She was asked the reason, and her explanation was, "The sailors are natural." Dr. William J. Robinson has written in his magazine an account of the haunts in Berlin which are frequented by the victims of unnatural vice, there allowed to meet openly and to solicit. Frank Harris, in his Life of Oscar Wilde, tells how, when that scandal was at its height and further exposure threatened, swarms of the most prominent men in England suddenly discovered that it was advisable for them to travel on the continent. The great public schools of England are rotten with these practices. The younger boys learn them from the older ones, and are victims all the rest of their lives. And the corruption is creeping through our own social body. and you think that all you have to do is not to know about it? My friend Floyd Dell, reading this manuscript, insists that this chapter and the one following are too severe. In case others should agree with him, I quote two newspaper items which appear while I am reading the proofs. The first is from an interview with H. Gordon Selfridge, the London merchant, telling his impressions of America. He tells about the flappers, and then about the shifters. The other is the newly exploited shifters. The shifters are an organization of mushroom growth among high school girls and boys, which is spreading through the eastern states and winning converts among youngsters. It is described as the flapper Ku Klux, and its emblem, if worn by a girl, according to high school teachers and children's society leaders who oppose it, to be nothing more or less than an invitation to be kissed. To call it an organization, even, is an exaggeration, for the shifters are better described as a secret understanding without any responsible head. From being a seemingly harmless group whose emblem was originally a brass paper clip fastened in the coat lapel, it has developed by rapid strides. Manufacturers of emblems are coining money by the sale of hands, palm outstretched. The significance is to take what you want, or, as the motto of the order says, be a good fellow, get something for nothing. One of the principles is to do one's parents, referred to as they. The second item is an Associated Press dispatch. St. Louis, March 10. In reiterating his statements that a girls' and boys' secret organization requiring that all applicants must have violated the moral code before admission was granted existed in a local high school, Victor J. Miller, president of the Board of Police Commissioners, tonight named the Solden High School as the one in which the alleged immoral conditions exist. The school is attended largely by children of the wealthy West End citizens. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. Sex and the Smart Set portrays the moral customs of those who set the fashion in our present-day world. We have discussed what is happening to our young people. Let us next consider what our mature people are doing. Having mentioned conditions in England, I will give a glimpse of London high life 2 years before the war. As a visiting writer, I was invited to luncheon at the home of a woman novelist, whose books at that time were widely read both in her country and here. Present at the luncheon was a prominent publisher, who I afterwards learned was the lady's lover, also the lady's grown and married son. The publisher looked like a buxom hunting squire, but the lady told me that he was very unhappy because his wife would not divorce him. The lady had just come from a week-end party at the home of an earl, who at this moment occupies one of the highest posts in the gift of the British Empire. Things had gone comically wrong at this country house party, she said, because the hostess had failed to remember that Lord So-and-so was at present living with Lady Somebody Else. One of the duties of the hostesses at house parties, it appears, is to know who is living with whom, in order that they may be put in connecting rooms. In this case his lordship had been grouchy, and everybody's pleasure had been spoiled. This produced a discussion of the subject of marriage, and the son remarked that marriage was like an old slipper. You wore it because you had got used to it, but you did not talk about it because it was unimportant and stupid. I went away and happened to mention these matters to a friend who had met this woman novelist in Nice. The novelist had there, in a group of people, been introduced to a young girl who was suffering from neurasthenia. "My dear," said the novelist affectionately, "what you need is to have an illegitimate baby." This, you will say, is the old world, and you always knew that it was corrupt. If so, let me tell you a few things that I have seen among the upper circles of our own great and virtuous democracy. My first acquaintance with New York society came after the publication of "The Jungle." As the author of that book, I was a sensation, almost as much so as if I had won the heavyweight championship of the world. Out of curiosity, I accepted an invitation for a weekend amid what is called the hunting set of Long Island. Here was a gorgeous palace with many tapestries and soft-footed servants and decanters and cocktails at every stage of one's journey about the place, like coaling stations on the trade routes of the British Empire. One of the first sights that caught my young eye was a large and stately lady in semi-undress, smoking a big black cigar. If I were to mention her name, every newspaper reader in America would know her, and before I had been introduced to her, I heard two young men in evening dress make an obscene remark about her, and what she was waiting for that evening. I discovered quickly, while there was a great deal of sex among these people, there was very little love. There was principally a wish to score cleverly and subtly at the expense of another person's feelings. It is called the smart set, you understand, and I will give you an idea of how smart it is. I was walking down a passage with a lady, and on a couch sat another lady, side by side with a certain very famous lawyer, whose golden eloquence you have probably listened to from platforms, and whom, for the purpose of this anecdote, I will name Jones. Mr. Jones and the lady on the sofa were sitting very close together, and my companion, with a bright smile over her shoulder, called out, "Be careful, Mary! You'll be scattering a lot of little Joneses around here if you don't watch out." Quite continental, you perceive, and a long way from the Puritanism of our ancestors. From there I went to the billiard room, and observed a young man of fashion trying to play billiards when he was half drunk. It was a funny spectacle, and they took away his cigarette by force, for fear he would drop it on the cloth of the billiard table. Pretty soon he was telling about a racing meet and an orgy with a Negro woman in a stable. Therefore I returned to where the ladies were gathered, and one middle-aged matron, who had read widely, including some of my books, engaged me in serious conversation. I came later on to know her rather well, and she told me her views of love. The source of all the sex troubles of humanity was that they took the relationship seriously. Modern discoveries made it unnecessary to attach importance to it. She herself, acting upon this theory, probably had relations with... My friends, reading the proofs of this book, beg me to omit the number of men, because you would not believe me. You may argue that it is not typical. Say that I fell into the clutches of some particular group of degenerates. All I can tell you is that these people are as socially prominent as any in New York City. I will say furthermore that I have sat in the home of the best-known corporation lawyer in America, who was paid $1 million to organize the Steel Trust, the late James B. Dill, at that time a member of the Court of Appeals of New Jersey, and have heard him muckrake his business friends by the hour with stories of that sort. I have heard him tell of the Steel crowd hiring a trolley car and a load of prostitutes and champagne, and taking an all-night trip from one city to another, smashing up both the car and the prostitutes. I have heard him tell of sitting on the deck of a Sound steamer, and overhearing two of his Wall Street associates and their wives arranging to trade partners for the night. I have mentioned a lady who had a great many lovers. Once, in the dining room of a club on Fifth Avenue, commonly known as the Millionaires', a companion pointed out various people, many of whom I had read about in the newspapers, and told me funny stories about them. "See that old boy with the notebook?" said my host. "That is Jacob so-and-so, and he is entering up the cost of his lunch. He keeps accounts of everything, even his women. He told me that he had had over 1,000, and that they had cost him over $1 million. It is impossible to say what is the most terrible thing in capitalist society, but among the most terrible are assuredly the old men. The richest and most powerful banker in America was in his sex habits the merry jest of New York society. He took toward women the same attitude as King Edward VII. If he wanted one, he went up and asked for her, and it made no difference who she was or where she was. This man's personal living expenses were $5,000 a day, and all women understood that they might have anything within reason. When I was a boy living in New York, there was a certain aged moneylender about whom one read something in the newspapers almost every day. He was a prominent figure because he was worth 80 millions, yet wore an old rusty black suit and saved every penny. Every now and then you would read in the paper how some woman had been arrested for attempting to blackmail him in his office. It seemed puzzling, because you wouldn't think of him as a likely subject for blackmail. Some years later I met Dorothy Richardson, author of The Long Day, a very fine book which has been undeservedly forgotten. Miss Richardson had been a reporter for the New York Herald, and had been sent to interview this old moneylender. She was ushered into his private office, and as soon as the attendant had gone out and closed the door, the old man came up and without a word of preliminaries grabbed her in his arms like a gorilla. She fought and scratched and got out, and was wise enough to say nothing about it. Therefore there was nothing published about another attempt to blackmail the aged moneylender. What this means is that men of unlimited means live lives of unbridled lust, and then in their old age they are helpless victims of their own impulses. There was a certain enormously wealthy United States senator from West Virginia who came very near to being vice president of the United States. This doddering old man would go about the streets of Washington with a couple of very decorous and carefully trained attendants, and whenever an attractive young woman would pass on the street, or when one would approach the senator, these two attendants would quietly slip their arms into his and hold him fast. They would do this so that the ordinary person would not suspect what was going on, but would think the old man was being supported. You do not have to take these things on my word. The newspapers are full of them all the time, and they are proven in court. Just now as I write, the president of the most powerful bank in America is claiming in court that his children are not his own, but that their father is an Indian guide. His wife, on the other hand, is accusing the banker of having played the role of husband to several other women. He would take these women traveling on his yacht, which, quaintly enough, was termed the Modesty. Also, the papers have been full of the Hammond case. Here is a wealthy man, Republican National Committeeman from Oklahoma, who is about to go to Washington to advise our new president whom to appoint to office from that state. Before he goes, he casts off his mistress, and she shoots him. She was his secretary, it appears, and helped him to make his fortune. She has made many friends, and $1 million is spent to save her life. The prosecuting attorney calls her a painted snake, and accuses her of having sat week after week, displaying to the jury 24 inches of silk-stockinged shin bone. The jury, apparently unable to withstand this allurement, acquits the woman, and she announces that she intends to bring suit under the man's will to get his money. Also, she is going into the movies, and tells us that it is to be for educational purposes. Everything in our capitalist society must be educational, you understand. It was P.T. Barnum who discovered that the American people would flock to look at a 5-legged calf if it was presented as educational. The moving pictures and the theaters are the honeypots which gather the feminine beauty and youthful charm of our country for the convenience of rich men's lust. These girls swarm in the theatrical agencies and in the artist studios. They starve for a while, and finally they yield. In every great city there are thousands of men of wealth whose only occupation is to prey upon such girls. I know a certain theatrical manager, the most famous in the United States, a sensual, stout little Jew. He is a man of culture and subtle insight, and in the course of his conversation he described to me quite casually, and as a matter of course, the charm of deflowering a virgin. Nothing could equal that sensation. The first time was the last. Many years ago there was a horrible scandal in New York. The most famous architect in America was murdered, and the newspapers probed into his life, and it was revealed to us that many of the most famous artists and men about town in New York maintained elaborate studios, equipped with every luxury, all the paraphernalia of all the vices of the ages. And through these places there flowed an endless stream of beautiful young girls. In every large city in America you will find an athletic club, and if you go there and listen to the gossip, you'll discover that there are scores of idle rich men with automobiles and private apartments and a staff of procurers used in preying, not merely upon young girls, but also upon young boys. And these are not merely the children of the poor, they are the children of all but the rich and powerful. In the movies, you see pictures of girls lured into automobiles and carried out into the country, or seduced by means of knockout drops, and you think this is just melodrama. But it is happening all the time. In every big city of our country, the police know that hundreds of young girls disappear every year. At a recent convention of police chiefs in Washington, it was stated from police records that 60,000 girls disappear every year in the United States, leaving no trace. Unless the parents happen to be in position to make a fuss, not even the names of the girls are published in the newspapers. I do not ask you to believe such things on my word. Believe District Attorney Sims of Chicago, who made the most thorough study of this subject ever made in America, and wrote, "When a white slave is sold and landed in a house or dive, she becomes a prisoner. In each of these places is a room having but one door, to which the keeper holds the keys. Here are locked all the street clothes, shoes, and ordinary apparel. The finery provided for the girls is of a nature to make their appearance on the street impossible. Then, in addition to this handicap, the girl is placed at once in debt to the keeper for a wardrobe. She cannot escape while she is in debt, and she can never get out of debt. Not many of the women in this class expect to live more than 10 years. Perhaps the average is less. Many die painful deaths by disease, many by consumption, but it is hardly beyond the truth to say that suicide is their general expectation." End of chapter 31. Chapters 32, 33, and 34 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32, Sex and the Poor, discusses prostitution, the extent of its prevalence, and the diseases which result from it. It is manifest that the rich cannot indulge in vices without drawing the poor after them. And in addition to this, the poor have their own evil instincts, which fester in neglect. There were several 100,000 dark rooms, that is, rooms without light or ventilation, in New York City before the war. Now the country is reported to be short 1,000,000 homes, and in New York City working girls are sleeping 6 or 8 in a room. In the homes of the poor, in the slums, parents and children and boarders all sleep in one room indiscriminately, and the world moves back to that primitive communism in which incest is an everyday affair, and little children learn all the vices there are. I have in my hand a pamphlet by a physician in charge of a hospital in New York, who in 15 years has examined 900 children who have been raped, and the age of the youngest was 8 months. I have another pamphlet by a settlement worker who discusses the problem of the thousands of deserted wives, most of them with children, many with children yet unborn. As I write, there are millions of men out of work in our country, and these men are desperate, and they quit and take to the road. They join the army of the casual workers, the blanket stiffs, and of course, the more there are of these men, the more prostitutes there have to be, and the more homosexuality there will inevitably be. Also, the girls are out of work and are on the streets. Many years ago I visited the mill towns of New England, she towns they are called, and one of the young fellows said to me that you could buy a girl there for the price of a sandwich. Read "The Long Day," to which I have previously referred, and see how our working girls live. Dorothy Richardson describes her roommate, who read cheap novels which she found in the gutter weeklies. She read them over and over. When she had got to the bottom of the pile, she began again, because her mind was so weak that she had forgotten everything. And then one day Miss Richardson happened to be groping in a corner of a closet, and came upon a great pile of bottles, and examined them, and was made sick with horror. Abortion mixtures. Dr. William J. Robinson, an authority on the subject, estimates that there are 1 million abortions in the United States every year. Some of these are accidental, caused by venereal disease, but the vast majority are deliberate acts, crimes under the law, murder of human life. Dr. Robinson also estimates, from the many thousands of cases which come to him, that 95% of all men have at some time practiced self-abuse. He is a strenuous opponent of what he calls hysteria on the subjects of venereal disease, and insists that its prevalence is exaggerated, that instead of 1 person in 10 being syphilitic, as is commonly stated, the proportion is only 1 in 20. He insists that the percentage of persons having had gonorrhea is only 25% instead of 75 or 85. I find that other authorities generally agree in the statement that 50% of young men become infected with some venereal disease before they reach the age of 30. The Committee of Seven in New York estimated in 1903 that there were 200,000 cases of syphilis in the city, and 800,000 of gonorrhea. There were villages in France before the war in which 25% of the inhabitants were syphilitic, and in Russia there were towns in which it was said that every person was syphilitic. We may safely say that these latter are the only towns in Europe in which there was not an enormous increase of this disease during and since the war. What are the consequences of these diseases? The consequences are frightful suffering, not merely to persons guilty of immorality, but to innocent persons. Dr. Morrow, generally recognized as the leading authority on this subject, estimates that 10% of all wives are infected with venereal disease by their husbands. He estimates that 30% of all the infected women in New York were wives who had got the disease from their husbands. It is estimated that 30% of all births where either parent has syphilis result in abortions. It is estimated that 50% of childlessness in marriage is caused by gonorrhea, and 25% of all existing blindness. In Germany, before the war, there were 30,000 persons born blind from this cause. It is estimated that 95% of all abdominal operations performed upon women are due to gonorrhea. And any of these horrors may fall upon persons who lead lives of the strictest chastity. There was a case reported in Germany of 236 children who contracted venereal disease from swimming in a public bath. All of these things are products of our system of marriage plus prostitution. They are all part of that system, and no study of the system is complete without them. Everywhere throughout modern civilization, prostitution is an enormous and lucrative industry. In New York, it is estimated to give employment to 200,000 women, to say nothing of the managers and the runners and the men who live off the women. There are thousands of resorts, large and small, high-priced and cheap, and the police know all about it and derive a handsome income from it. And you find it the same in every great city of the world, in every port where sailors land, or every place where crowds of men are expected. If there is to be a football game or a political convention, the managers of the industry know about it, and while they may never have heard the libel that socialism preaches sexual license, they all know that capitalism practices it, and they provide the necessary means. In the United States, there are estimated to be 500,000 prostitutes, counting the inmates of houses alone. During the late war, at the army bases in France, the British government maintained official brothels, but if you published anything about this in England, you ran a chance of having your paper suppressed. During the occupation of the Rhine country, the French sent in Negro troops, savages from the heart of Africa, whose custom it is to cut off the ears of their enemies in battle, and the French army compelled the German population to supply white women for these troops. I have quoted in The Brass Check a pious editorial from the Los Angeles Times, bidding the mothers of America to be happy because our boys in France were safe in the protecting arms of the YMCA and the Knights of Columbus. I dared not publish at this time a passage which I had clipped from the London Clarion, in which A.M. Thompson told how he watched the doughboys in the cafes of Paris with a girl on each knee and a glass of wine in each hand. I will add one little anecdote, giving you a glimpse of the sex conventions of war. The American army made desperate efforts to keep down venereal disease, and required all men to report to their regimental surgeon immediately after having had sex relations. Our army moved into Coblentz, and the regulations strictly forbade any fraternizing with the inhabitants. But immediately it was discovered that there was an increase of disease, an investigation was made and revealed that men had been ceasing to report to the surgeons because they were afraid of being punished for having fraternized with the enemy. So a new order was issued, providing that having sexual intercourse would not be considered as fraternizing. I do not know any better way to distinguish my ideal of morality from the military ideal than to say that according to my understanding of it, the sex relationship should always and everywhere imply and include fraternizing. Finally, in concluding this picture of our present-day sex arrangements, there is a brief word to be said about divorce. In the year 1916, the last statistics available as I write, there were just over 1 million marriages in the United States, and there were over 112,000 divorces. This would indicate that one marriage in every 9 resulted in shipwreck. But as a matter of fact, the proportion is greater because the marriages necessarily precede the divorces, and the proportion of divorces in 1916 should be calculated upon the number of marriages which took place some 5 or 10 years previously. Of the 1 million marriages in 1916, we may say that 1 in 7 or 1 in 8 will end in the divorce courts. Let this suffice for a glimpse of the system of marriage plus prostitution, a field of weeds which we have somehow to plow up and prepare for a harvest of rational and honest love. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33. Sex and Nature maintains that our sex disorders are not the result of natural or physical disharmony. Elie Metchnikoff, one of the greatest scientists, wrote a book entitled The Nature of Man. in which he studied the human organism from the point of view of biology, demonstrating that in our bodies are a number of relics of past stages of evolution, no longer useful, but rather a source of danger and harm. We have, for example, in the inner corner of the eye a relic of that third eyelid whereby the eagle is enabled to look at the sun. This is a harmless relic, but we have also an appendix, a degenerate organ of digestion, or gland of secretion, which now serves as a center of infection and source of danger. We have likewise a lower bowel, a survival of our hay-eating days, and a cause of auto-intoxication and premature death. Among the sources of trouble, Metchnikoff names the fact that the human male possesses a far greater quantity of sexual energy than is required for the purposes of procreation. This becomes a cause of disharmony and excess. It causes man to wreck his health and destroy himself. Manifestly, this is a serious matter, for if it is true, our efforts to find health and happiness in love are doomed to failure. And Lecky is right when he describes the prostitute as the guardian of virtue, the eternal and necessary scapegoat of humanity. But I do not believe it is true. I think that here is one more case of the endless blundering of scientists and philosophers who attempt to teach physiology, politics, religion, and law without having made a study of economics. I do not believe that the sex troubles of mankind are physiological in their nature, but have their origin in our present system of class privilege. I believe they are caused not by the blunders of nature, but by the blunders of man as a social animal. Let us take a glimpse at primitive man. I choose the Marquesas Islands because we have complete reports about them from numerous observers. Here was a race of people, not interfered with by civilization, who manifested all that overplus of sexual energy to which Metchnikoff calls attention. They placed no restraint whatever upon sex activity. They had no conception of such an idea. Their games and dances were sex play, and so also in great part was their religion. Yet we do not find that they wrecked themselves. Physically speaking, they were one of the most perfect races of which we have record. Both the men and women were beautiful. They were active and strong from childhood to old age, and here is the significant thing: they were happy. They were a laughing, dancing, singing race. They hardly knew grief or fear at all. They knew how to live, and they enjoyed every process and aspect of their lives, just as children do, naively and simply. This included their sex life, and I think it assures us that there can be no such fundamental physical disharmony in the human organism as the great Russian scientist thought he had discovered. Is it not a fact that throughout nature a superfluity of any kind of energy or product may be a source of happiness rather than distress? Consider the singing of birds, or consider nature's impulse to cover a field with useless plants, and how by a little cunning we are able to turn it into a harvest for our own use. In the life of our bodies one may show the same thing again and again. We have within us the possibility of, and the impulse toward, more muscular activity than our survival makes necessary. But we do not regard this additional energy as a curse of nature and a peril to our lives. We turn out and play baseball. We have an impulse to see more than is necessary, so we climb mountains or go traveling. We have an impulse to hear more, so we go to a concert. We have an impulse to think more, so we play chess or whist or write books and accumulate libraries. Never do we think of these activities as signs of an irrevocable blunder on the part of nature. But about the activities of love we feel differently. And why is this? If I say that it is because we have an unwholesome and degraded attitude toward love, because as a result of religious superstition we fear it and dare not deal with it honestly, the reader may suspect that I am preparing to hint at some self-indulgence, some form of sex orgy, such as the turkey trot, and the bunny hug, and the grizzly bear, the shimmy, and the toddle, and the cuddle. I hasten to explain that I do not mean any of the abnormalities and monstrosities of present-day fashionable life. Neither do I mean that we should set out to emulate the happy cannibals in the South Seas. In the Book of the Mind, I set forth as carefully as I knew how the difference between nature and man, the life of instinct and the life of reason. It is my conviction that if civilized life is to go on, there must be a far wider extension of judgment and self-control in human affairs. Our lost happiness will be found, not by going back to nature, but by going forward to a new and higher state, planned by reason and impelled by moral idealism. But we find ourselves face to face with horrible sex disorders, and a great scientist tells us they are nature's tragic blunder, of which we are the helpless victims. Manifestly, the way to decide this question is to go to nature and see if primitive people, having the same physical organism as ours, had the same troubles and spent their lives in the same misery. If they did, then it may be that we are doomed. But if they did not, then we can say with certainty that it is not nature, but ourselves who have blundered. Our task then becomes to apply reason to the problem, to take our present sex arrangements, our field of bad-smelling weeds, and plow it thoroughly, and sow it with good seed, and raise a harvest of happiness and love. It is my belief that, admitting true love, honest and dignified and rational love, it is possible to pour into it any amount of sex energy, to invent a whole new system of beautiful and happy love play. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34. Love and Economics. Maintains that our sex disorders are of social origin, due to the displacing of love by money as a motive in mating. If the cause of our sex disorders is not physiological, what is it? Everything in nature must have a cause, and this includes human nature, the actions and feelings of men, both as individuals and as groups. We hear the saying, "You can't change human nature." But the fact is that human nature is one of the most changeable things in the world. We can watch it changing from age to age, for better or for worse, and if we had the intelligence to use the forces now at our command, we could mold human nature as precisely as a brewer converts a carload of hops into a certain brand of beer. Voltaire was the author of the saying, "Vice and virtue are products like vinegar." Our civilization is based upon industrial exploitation and class privilege, the monopoly of the means of production and the natural sources of wealth by a group. This enables the privileged group to live in idleness upon the labor of the rest of society. It confers unlimited power with practically no responsibility, a strain which not one human being in 1,000 has the moral strength to endure. History for the past 5,000 years is one demonstration after another that the conferring upon a class of power without responsibility means the collapse of that class and the downfall of its civilization. So far as concerns the ruling class male, what the system of privilege does is to give him unlimited ability to indulge his sex desires. What it does for the female is to submit her to the male desires, and to abolish that mutuality in sex, that interaction between male and female influence, which is the very essence of its purpose. Woman, in a predatory society, is subject to a double enslavement, that of class as well as of sex, and the result is the perverting of sexual selection and a constantly increasing tendency towards the survival of the unfit. In a state of nature, the males compete among themselves for the favor of the female. The female is not raped, nor is she kidnapped. On the contrary, she exercises her prerogative. She inspects the various male charms which are set before her, and selects those which please her, according to her deeply planted instincts. The result is that the weak and unfit males seldom have the chance to reproduce themselves, and the procreating is done by the highest specimens of the type. But now we have a world which is ruled by money, in which opportunity and indeed survival depend upon money, and the whole tendency of society is to make money standards supreme. We do not like to admit this, of course. Our instincts revolt against it, and our higher faculties reinforce the revolt. So we carefully veil our money motives and invent polite phrases to conceal them. You will hear people deny it is money which determines admission into what is called society, the intimate life of the ruling class. They will tell you that it is not money, it is good taste, refinement, a charm of personality, and so on. But if you analyze all these things, you speedily discover that they are made out of money. They are symbols of the possession of money, devised by those who possess it as a means of keeping themselves apart from those who do not possess it. I would safely defy a member of the ruling class to name a single element in what he calls refinement or good taste that is not, in its ultimate analysis, a symbol of the possession of money. Let it be the pronunciation of a word, or the cut of a coat, or the method of handling a fork, whatever it may be, it is part of a code revealing that the person, or more important yet, the ancestors of the person, have belonged to the leisure class, and have had time and opportunity to learn to do things in a certain precise conventional way. I say conventional, for very frequently these tests have no relationship whatever to reality. Considered as a matter of common sense and convenience, it is a great deal better to eat peas with a spoon and with a fork, and to use both a knife and fork in eating lettuce. But if you eat peas with a spoon, or use a knife on lettuce, every member of the ruling class will instantly know that you are an interloper, as much so as if you took to throwing the china at your hostess. Our culture is a money culture. Our standards are money standards, and our sex decisions are based upon money, not upon love. Any man can have money in our society, provided the accident of birth favors him, and it is everywhere known that any man who has money can get a wife. It is certainly not true that any man with no money can get a wife, and it is true that most men who have little money have to take wives who have less. That is, who belong to a lower class, according to the world's standards. The average young girl of the propertied classes is trained for marriage as for any other business. She is taught to be sexually cold, but to imitate sexual excitement deliberately, so as to arouse it in the male, and to keep herself surrounded with a swarm of males, this being the basis of her prestige, the factor which will cause the eligible man, the catch, to desire her. In polite society, this proceeding is known as coquetry or charm, and it would be no exaggeration to say that 75% of all the novels so far written in the world are expositions of this activity. Also, that when we go to the theater, we go in order to watch and sympathize with these manifestations of pecuniary sexuality. As a rule, the young girl knows what she is doing, but she is taught to camouflage it, to preserve her innocence. She would not dream of marrying for money. She wants to marry something distinguished, that is to say, something which has received the stamp of approval from a world which approves money. She wants to marry somebody who is elegant, who is in good form. She wants to marry without having to think about the horrid subject of money at all, and so she is carefully chaperoned and confined to a world where nothing but money is to be met. In Tennyson's poem, "The Northern Farmer," the old fellow is coaching his son on the subject of marriage, and they are driving along a road, and the farmer listens to his horse's hoofs, and they are saying, "Property, property, property." The farmer sums up in one sentence the doctrine of pecuniary marriage as it is taught to the ruling class virgin: "Don't thee marry for money, but go where money is." In this process, of course, the ruling class virgin must spend a great deal of money in order to keep up her own prestige, and when she is married she must spend it to keep up the prestige of her unmarried sisters, and then of her children. As a result of this, the only ruling class males who can afford to marry are the rich ones. There are always some who are richer, and these are the most desirable, so the tendency with each generation is to put the period of marriage further off. The man has to wait until he has accumulated enough property to satisfy the girl of his desires, a girl whom he admires because of her pecuniary prestige. He delays, and meantime he satisfies his passions with the daughters of the poor. As a result of this, when he does finally come to marry, he is apt to be unlovely and unlovable. The woman frequently does not love him at all, but takes him cold-bloodedly because he is eligible. In that case she is a cold and sexless wife. Or else, after she has married him, she discovers his unloveliness, and either decides that all men are selfish brutes and reconciles herself to a celibate life, or she goes out and preys upon the domestic happiness of other women. End of chapter 34. Chapters 35, 36, and 37 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35, Marriage and Money, discusses the causes of prostitution and that higher form of prostitution known as the marriage of convenience. I realize that all these sex problems are complicated. Every case is individual, and in no two cases can you give exactly the same explanation. But it is my thesis that whatever the cause, if you trace down the causes of the cause, you will find economic inequality and class privilege. It is evident in the lives of the rich, and it is even more evident in the lives of the poor, who are not permitted the luxury of pretense. The poor live in a world dominated by forces which they seldom understand, subjected to enormous pressure which crushes and destroys them, without their being able to see it or touch it. In the world of the poor, there is first of all poverty, there is insecurity of employment and insufficiency of wage, and the daily and hourly terror of starvation and ruin. Above this is a world of power and luxury, a wonderland of marvels and thrills, seen through a colored mist of romance. The working class girl, born to drudgery and perpetual childbearing, has a brief hour in which her cheeks are red and her beauty is ripe, and out of the heaven above her steps a male creature panoplied in the armor of ruling class prestige, that is to say, a dress suit, and scattered about him a shower of automobile rides, jewelry and candy and flowers. She opens her arms to him, and then, when her brief hour of rapture is past, she becomes the domestic drudge of some working man, or else the inmate of a brothel. It is a custom of social workers and church people seeking data about these painful subjects to interview numbers of prostitutes and question them as to the cause of their fall. So you read statistics to the effect that 17% of prostitution has an economic cause, that 26% is caused by love of finery, etc. These pious people, employed by the ruling class to maintain ruling class prestige by demonstrating that wage slavery has nothing to do with white slavery, attain their purpose by restricting the word economic to food and shelter, forgetting that young girls do not live by bread alone, but also by ribbons and silk stockings and moving picture shows and trips to Coney Island and everything else that gives a momentary escape from drudgery into joy. We all understand, of course, that the daughters of the rich are entitled to joy, and we provide them with it as a matter of course. But the daughters of the poor are supposed to work in a cotton mill 10 or 11 hours a day from earliest childhood, and the joy we provide for them is vicarious. As a woman poet sets it forth, the golf links lie so near the mill that almost every day the laboring children can look out and see the men at play. Some years ago my wife and I were invited to meet Mrs. Mary J. Good, a keeper of brothels in the Tenderloin, who had revolted against the system of police graft and had exposed it in the newspapers. My wife questioned her closely as to the psychology of people in her business, and she insisted that the majority of prostitutes were not oversexed, nor were they feeble-minded. They were women who had loved and trusted and had been thrown down. As Mrs. Good phrased it, they said to themselves, "Never again. After this, they'll pay." As a matter of fact, the causes of prostitution are so largely economic that the other factors are hardly worth mentioning. The sale of sex is unknown in the savage society, and would be unknown in a socialist society. If here and there some degenerate individual would rather sell her sex than do her share of honest labor in a free and just world, such an individual would become a patient in the psychopathic ward of a public hospital. Economic forces drive women to prostitution. First, by direct starvation, and second, by teaching them money standards of prestige, the ideal of living without working, which is the heaven achieved by the rich and longed for by the poor. Contributory to the process are policemen, politicians, and judges who protect the property of the rich and prey upon the disinherited. Also newspaper editors, college professors, priests of God, and preachers of Jesus, who attribute the social evil to original sin, or the weakness of human nature. So far as men are concerned, economic forces operate by three main channels: late marriage, loveless marriage, and drudgery in wives. You will find patronizing and maintaining the brothels the following kinds of males. First, young boys who have been taught that it is manly to gratify their sex impulses. Second, young men who take it for granted that they cannot afford to marry. Third, old bachelors who have looked at marriage and decided that it is not a paying proposition. Fourth, married men who have been picked out for their money and have come to the conclusion that good women are necessarily sexless. And finally, married men whose wives have lost the power to charm them by continuous childbearing, and the physical and nervous strain of domestic slavery. This latter applies not merely to wives of the poor; it applies to members of the middle classes, and even of the richer classes, because the job of managing many servants is often as trying as the doing of one's own work. To explain how domestic drudgery is caused by economic pressure would require a little essay in itself. The home is the place where the man keeps his sex property apart, under lock and key, and it is, therefore, the portion of our civilization least influenced by modern ideas. Women still drudge in separate kitchens and nurseries, as they have drudged for thousands of years. They cook their dinners over separate fires, and have each their own little group of children, generally ill cared for because the work is done by an untrained amateur. Moreover, the prestige of this home has to be kept up because the social position and future prosperity of the man depend upon it. The children must be dressed in frilled and starched clothing, which makes them miserable and wears out the tempers and pocketbooks of the mothers. Costly entertainments must be given, and twice a day a meal must be prepared for the father of the family. All good wives have learned the ancient formula for the retention of masculine affections: feed the brute. Living in a world of pecuniary prestige, every particle of the woman's surplus energy must go into some form of ostentation, into buying or making things which are futile and meaningless. In such a blind world, dazed by such a struggle, women become irritable. They lose their sex charm. They forget all about love. So the husband gives up hoping for the impossible, accepts the common idea that love and marriage are incompatible, and adopts the formula that what his wife doesn't know will not hurt her. And step by step, as economic evolution progresses, as vested wealth becomes more firmly established and claims for itself a larger and larger share of the total product of society, so step by step you find the pecuniary ideals becoming more firmly established. You will find marriage becoming more and more a matter of property, and less a matter of love. In European countries there may still be some love marriages among the poor, but in the upper classes there is no longer any pretense of such a thing, and if you spoke of it, you would be considered absurd. In countries of fresh and naive commercialism like America, the women select the men because of their money prestige. But in Germany, the process has gone a step further. The men are so firmly established in their class positions that they insist upon being bought with a fortune. The same is true when titled foreigners condescend to visit our land of the dollar. They will stoop to a vulgar American wife only in case her parents will make a direct settlement of a fortune upon the husband, and then they take her back home and find their escape from boredom in the highly cultivated mistresses of their own land. Everywhere on the continent, and in Great Britain also, it is accepted that marriages are matters of business, and only incidentally and very slightly of affection. The initiative is commonly taken, not by the young people, but by the heads of the families. Preliminary protocols are exchanged, and then the family solicitors sit down and bargain over the matter. If they were making a deal for a carload of hams, they would be governed by the market price of hams at the moment, also by the reputation of that particular brand of ham, and similarly, in the case of marriage, they are governed by the prestige of the family names, and the market price of husbands prevailing. Always the man exacts a cash settlement, and in Catholic countries he becomes the outright owner of all the property of his wife, thus reducing her completely to the status of a chattel. If any young couple dares to break through these laws of their class, the whole class unites to trample them down. One of the greatest of English novelists, George Meredith, wrote his greatest novel, The Ordeal of Richard Feverel, to show how, under the most favorable circumstances, the union of a ruling class youth with a farmer's daughter could result in nothing but shipwreck. The country in which the property marriage is most firmly established is probably France, and in France the rights of nature are recognized in a kind of supplementary union, which constitutes what is known as the domestic triangle, or in the French language, la vie trois. The young girl of the French ruling class is guarded every moment of her life like a prisoner in jail. She is sold in marriage, and is expected to bear her husband an heir, possibly 2 or 3 children. After that, she is considered, not under the law or by the church, but by the general common sense of the community, to be free to seek satisfaction of her love needs. Her husband has mistresses, and she has a lover, and to that lover she is faithful, and in her dealings with him she is guided by an elaborate and subtle code. Practically all French fiction and drama deal with this life in threes, and the complications and tragedies which result from it. I name one novel, simply because it happens to be the last that I myself have read, The Red Lily, by Anatole France. Of course, every human being knows in his heart that this is a monstrous arrangement, and there are periods of revolt when real feelings surge up in the hearts of men, and we have stories of true love, young and unselfish love, such, for example, as Goethe's Hermann und Dorothea, or Saint-Pierre's Paul and Virginia, or Halévy's L'Abbé Constantin. Everybody reads these stories and weeps over them, but nobody knows that they are like the romantic shepherds and shepherdesses of the ancient regime. They never had any existence in reality, and are not meant to be taken seriously. If anybody attempts to carry them into action, or to preach them seriously to the young, then we know that we are dealing with a disturber of the foundations of the social order, a dangerous and incendiary villain, and we give him a name which sends a shudder down the spine of every friend of law and order. We call him a free lover. I see before my eyes the wretch cowering upon the witness stand, and the virtuous district attorney, who has perhaps spent the previous night in a brothel, pointing a finger of accusing wrath in his face, and thundering, "Do you believe in free love?" The wretch, if he is wise, will not hesitate or parley. He will not ask what the district attorney means by love, or what he means by freedom. Here, in very truth, is the case where he who hesitates is lost. Let the wretch instantly answer, "No, he does not believe in free love. He believes in love that pays cash as it goes. He believes in love that investigates carefully the prevailing market conditions, decides upon a reasonable price, has contracted in writing, and lives up to the bargain till death do us part." If the witness be a woman, let the answer be that she believes in slave love, that she expects to be sold for the benefit of her parents, the prestige of her family, and the social position of her future offspring. Let her say that she will be a loyal and devoted servant, and will never do anything at any time to invalidate the contract which is signed for her by her parents or guardians. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. Love versus lust discusses the sex impulse, its use and misuse, when it should be followed, and when repressed. We have considered the sex disorders of our age and their causes. We have now to grope our way toward a basis of sanity and health in these vital matters. Consider man as Metchnikoff describes him, with his overplus of sex energy. From early youth he is besieged by impulses and desires, and as a rule is left entirely uninstructed on the subject, having to pick up his ideas from the conversation of older lads, who have nothing but misinformation and perversions to give him. Nearly all these older lads declare and believe that it is necessary to gratify the sex impulse, that physically it is harmful not to do so, I have even heard physicians and trainers maintain that idea. Opposed to them are the official moralists and preachers of religion, who declare that to follow the sex impulse, except when officially sanctioned by the church, is to commit sin. At different times in my life, I have talked with all kinds of people, young and old, men and women, doctors and clergymen, teachers and trainers of athletes, and a few wise and loving mothers who have talked with their own boys and other boys. As a result, I have come to agree with neither side in this debate. I believe that there is a distinction which must be drawn, and I ask you to consider it carefully, and to bear it in mind in all that I say on the problem of happiness and health in sex. I believe that a normal man is one being, manifesting himself in various aspects: physical, emotional, intellectual. I believe that all these aspects of human activity go normally together, and cannot normally be separated, and that the separation of them is a perversion and a source of harm. I believe that the sex impulse, as it normally manifests itself, and would manifest itself in a man if he were living a normal life, is an impulse which includes every aspect of the man's being. It is not merely physical desire and emotional excitement. It is intellectual curiosity, a deep and intense interest, not merely in the body, but in the mind and heart and personality of the woman. I appreciate that there is opportunity for controversy here. As a matter of psychology, it is not easy to separate instinct from experience, to state whether a certain impulse is innate or acquired. Some may argue that savages know nothing about idealism in sex. Neither do those modern savages whom we breed in city slums. Some may make the same assertion concerning a great mass of loutish and sensual youths. We have got so far from health and soundness that it is hard to be sure what is normal and what is ideal. But without going into metaphysics, I think we can reasonably make the following statement concerning the sex impulse at its first appearance in the average healthy youth in civilized societies: that this impulse, going to the roots of the being, affecting every atom of energy and every faculty, is accompanied not merely by happiness, but by sympathetic delight in the happiness of the woman, by interest in the woman, by desire to be with her, to stay with her, and share her life, and protect her from harm. In what I have to say about the subject from now on, I shall describe this condition of being and feeling by the word love. But now suppose that men should, for some reason or other, evolve a set of religious ideas which denied love and repudiated love, and called it a sin and a humiliation. Or suppose there should be an economic condition which made love a peril, so that the young couple which yielded to love would be in danger of starvation, or of seeing their children starve. Suppose there should be evolved classes of men and women, held by society in a condition of permanent semi-starvation. Then, under such conditions, the impulse to love would become a trap and a source of terror. Then the energies of a great many men would be devoted to suppressing love and strangling it in themselves. Then the intellectual and spiritual sanctions of love would be withdrawn. The beauty and charm and joy would go out of it, and it would become a starving beggar at the gates, or a thief skulking in the night time, or an assassin with a dagger and club. In other words, sex would become all the horror that it is today, in the form of purchased vice, and more highly purchased marriage, and secret shame, and obscure innuendo. So we should have what is, in a civilized man a perversion, the possibility of love which is physical alone, a purely animal thing in a being who is not purely animal, but is body, mind, and spirit all together. So it would be possible for pitiful, unhappy man, driven by the blind urge of nature, to conceive of desiring a woman only in the body, and with no care about what she felt, or what she thought, or what became of her afterwards. That purely physical sex desire I will indicate in our future discussions by the only convenient word that I can find, which is lust. The word has religious implications, so I explain that I use it in my own meaning as above. There is a great deal of what the churches call lust, which I call true and honest love. On the other hand, in Christian churches today, there are celebrated innumerable marriages between innocent young girls and mature men of property, which I describe as legalized and consecrated lust. We are now in position to make a fundamental distinction. I assert the proposition that there does not exist in any man at any time in his life, or in any condition of his health, a necessity for yielding to the impulses of lust. And I say that no man can yield to them without degrading his nature and injuring himself, not merely morally, but mentally, and in the long run physically. I assert that it is the duty of every man, at all times and under all circumstances, to resist the impulses of lust, to suppress and destroy them in his nature, by whatever expenditure of will power and moral effort may be required. I know physicians who maintain the unpopular thesis that serious damage may be done to the physical organism of both man and woman by the long-continued suppression of the sex life. Let me make plain that I am not disagreeing with such men. I do not deny that repression of the sex life may do harm. What I do deny is that it does any harm to repress a physical desire which is unaccompanied by the higher elements of sex, that is to say, by affection, admiration, and unselfish concern for the sex partner and her welfare. When I advise a man to resist and suppress and destroy the impulse toward lust in his nature, I'm not telling him to live a sexless life. I am telling him that if he represses lust, then love will come. Whereas if he yields to lust, then love may never come. He may make himself incapable of love, incapable of feeling it, or of trusting it, or of inspiring it in a woman. And I say that if, on the other hand, he resists lust, he will pour all the energies of his being into the channels of affection and idealism. Instead of having his thoughts diverted by every passing female form, his energies will become concentrated upon the search for one woman who appeals to him in permanent and useful ways. We may be sure that nature has not made men and women incompatible, but, on the contrary, has provided for fulfillment of the desires of both. The man will find some woman who is looking for the thing which he has to offer, that is, love. And now, what about the suppression of love? Here I am willing to go as far as any physician could desire, and possibly farther. Speaking generally and concerning normal adult human beings, I say that the suppression of love is a crime against nature and life. I say that long-continued and systematic suppression of love exercises a devastating effect, not merely upon the body, but upon the mind and all the energies of being. I say that the doctrine of the suppression of love, no matter by whom it is preached, is an affront to nature and to life, and an insult to the Creator of life. I say that it is the duty of all men and women not merely to assert their own right to love, but to devote their energies to a war upon whatever ideas and conventions and laws in society deny the love right. The belief that long-continued suppression of love does grave harm has been strongly reinforced in the last few years by the discovery of psychoanalysis, a science which enables us to explore our unconscious minds and lay bare the secrets of nature's psychic workshop. These revelations have made plain that sex plays an even more important part in our mental lives than we realized. Sex feeling manifests itself not merely in grown people, but in the tiniest infants. In these latter, it has of course no object in the opposite sex, but the physical sensations are there, and some of their outward manifestations. And as the infant grows and realizes the outside world, the feelings come to center upon others, the parents first of all. These manifestations must be guided and sometimes repressed, but if this is done violently by means of terror, the consequences may be very harmful. The wrong impulses or the terrors may survive as a complex in the unconscious mind, and cause a long chain of nervous disorders and physical weaknesses in the adult. These things are no matter of guesswork. They have been proven as thoroughly as any scientific discovery, and are used in a new technique of healing. Of course, as with every new theory, there are unbalanced people who carry it to extremes. There are fanatics of Freudianism who talk as if everything in the human unconsciousness were sex. But that need not blind us to the importance of these new discoveries, and the confirmation they bring to the thesis that sane and normal love, wisely guided by common sense and reasoned knowledge, is at a certain period of life a vital necessity to every sound human being. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37. Celibacy versus chastity. The ideal of the repression of the sex impulse as against the ideal of its guidance and cultivation. There are two words which we need in this discussion, and as they are generally used loosely, they must now be defined precisely. The two words are celibacy and chastity. We define celibacy as the permanent and systematic suppression of love. We define chastity, on the other hand, as the permanent and systematic suppression of lust. Chastity, as the word is here used, is not a denial of love, but a preparing for it. It is the practice and the ideal, necessary especially in the young, of consecrating their beings to the search for love and to becoming worthy for love. In that sense, we regard chastity as one of the most essential virtues in the young. It is widely taught today, but ineffectively, because unintelligently and without discrimination. Because, in other words, it is confused with celibacy, which is a perversion of life and one of humanity's intellectual and moral diseases. The origin of the ideal of celibacy is easy to understand. At a certain stage in human development, the eyes of the mind are opened, and to some man comes a revelation of the life of altruism and sympathetic imagination. To use the common phrase, the man discovers his spiritual nature. But under the conditions then prevailing, all the world outside him is in a conspiracy to strangle that nature, to drag it down and trample it into the mire. One of the most powerful of these destructive agencies, as it seems to the man, is sex. By means of sex he is laid hold upon by strange and terrible creatures who do not understand his higher vision, but seek only to prey upon him and to use him for their convenience. At the worst, they rob him of everything: money, health, time, and reputation. At best, they saddle him and bridle him, put him in harness, and set him to dragging a heavy load. In the words of a wise old man of the world, Francis Bacon, "He who marries and has children gives hostages to fortune." In a world wherein war, pestilence, and famine held sway, the man of family had but slight chance of surviving as a philosopher or prophet or saint. Discovering in himself a deep-rooted and overwhelming impulse to fall into this snare, he imagined a devil working in his heart. So he fled away to the desert and hid in a cave and starved himself and lashed himself with whips and allowed worms and lice to devour his body in an effort to destroy in himself the impulse of sex. So the world had monasteries and a religious culture, not of much use, but better than nothing, and so we still have in the world celibate priesthoods. And what is more dangerous to our social health, we have the old degraded notions of the essential vileness of the sex relationship, notions permeating all our thoughts, our literature, our social conventions and laws, making it impossible for us to attain true wisdom and health and happiness in love. I say the ideal of celibacy is an intellectual and moral disease. It is a violation of nature, and nature devotes all her energies to breaking it down, and she always succeeds. There never has been a celibate religious order, no matter how noble its origin and how strict its discipline, which has not sooner or later become a breeding place of loathsome, unnatural vices. And sooner or later, the ideal begins to weaken and common sense to take its place, and so we read in history about popes who had sons, and we see about us priests who have nieces and attractive servant girls. Make the acquaintance of any police sergeant in any big city of America, and get him to chatting on friendly terms, and you will discover that it is a common experience for the police in their raids upon brothels to catch representatives of celibate religious orders. As one old-timer in the Tenderloin of New York said to me, "Of course we don't make any trouble for the good fathers." Nor was this merely because the old sergeant was an Irishman and a Catholic. It was because deep down in his heart he knew, as every man knows, that the craving of a man for the society and companionship of a woman is an overwhelming craving, which will break down every barrier that society may set against it. There is another form of celibacy which is not based upon religious ideas, but is economic in its origin and purely selfish in its nature. It is unorganized and unreasoned, and is known as bachelorhood. It has as its complements the institutions of old maidenhood and of prostitution. Both forms of celibacy, the religious and the economic, are entirely incompatible with chastity, which is only possible where love is recognized and honored. Chastity is a preparation for love, and if you forbid love, whether by law or by social convention or by economic strangling, you at once make chastity a utopian dream. You may preach it from your pulpits until you are black in the face. You may call out your Billy Sundays to rave and dance and go into convulsions. You may threaten hellfire and brimstone until you throw whole audiences into spasms. But you will never make them chaste. On the contrary, strange and horrible as it may seem, those very excitements will turn into sexual excitements before your eyes. So subtle is our ancient Mother Nature, and so determined to have her own way. The abominable old ideal of celibacy, with its hatred of womanhood, its distrust of happiness, its terror of devils, is not yet dead in the world. It is in our very bones, and is forever appearing in new and supposed to be modern forms. Take a man like Tolstoy, who gained enormous influence not merely in Russia, but throughout the world among people who think themselves liberal, humanitarians, pacifists, philosophic anarchists. Tolstoy's notions about sex, his teachings and writings, and likewise his behavior toward it, were one continuous manifestation of disease. All through his youth and middle years as an army officer, popular novelist, and darling of the aristocracy, his life was one of license, and the attitude toward women he thus acquired he never got out of his thoughts to his last day. Gorky, meeting him in his old age, reports his conversation as unpleasantly obscene, and his whole attitude toward women one of furtive and unwholesome slyness. But Tolstoy was in other ways a great soul, one of the great moral consciences of humanity. He looked about him at a world gone mad with greed and hate, and he made convulsive efforts to reform his own spirit and escape the power of evil. As regards sex, his thought took the form of ancient Christian celibacy. Man must repudiate the physical side of sex. He must learn to feel toward women a pure affection, the relationship of brother and sister. In his novel Resurrection, Tolstoy portrays a young aristocrat who meets a beautiful peasant girl and conceives for her such a noble and generous emotion, but gradually the poison of physical sex desire steals into his mind, he seduces her, and she becomes a prostitute. Later in life, when he discovers the crime he has committed, he humbles himself and follows her into exile and wins her to God and goodness by the unselfish and unsexual love which he should have maintained from the beginning. It was Tolstoy's teaching that all men should aspire toward this kind of love, and when it was pointed out to him that if this doctrine were to be applied universally, the human race would become extinct, his answer was that there was no reason to fear that, because only a few people would be good enough and strong enough to follow the right ideal. Here you see the reincarnation of the old Christian notion that we are conceived in sin and born in iniquity. We may be pure and good and cease to exist, or we may sin and let life continue. Some choose to sin, and these sinners hand down their sinful qualities to the future. And so virtue and goodness remain what they have always been, a futile crying out in the wilderness by a few religious prophets, whom God has sent to call down destruction upon a world which he had made, through some mistake never satisfactorily explained. It is easy nowadays to persuade intelligent people to laugh at such a perverted view of life. But the truth is that this attitude toward sex is written not merely into our religious creeds and formulas, but into most of our laws and social conventions. It is this, which for convenience I will call the monkish view of love, which prevents our dealing frankly and honestly with its problems, distinguishing between what is wrong and what is right, and doing anything effective to remedy the evils of marriage plus prostitution. That is why I have tried so carefully to draw the distinction between what I call love and what I call lust, between the ideal of celibacy, which is a perversion, and the idea of chastity, which must form an essential part of any regimen of true and enduring love. End of chapter 37. Chapters 38 and 39 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38, The Defense of Love, discusses passionate love, its sanction, its place in marriage, and its preservation in marriage. I have before me, as I write, a newspaper article by Robert Blatchford, a great writer and great man. He is dealing with the subject of love and marriage, and his doctrine is summed up in the following sentences. There is a difference between loving a woman and falling in love with her. the love one falls into is a sweet illusion, but that fragrant dream does not last. In marriage there are no fairies. This expresses one of the commonest ideas in the world. Passionate love is one thing, and marriage is another and different thing, and it is no more possible to reconcile them than to mix oil and water. Our notions of romantic love took their rise in the Middle Ages from the songs and narratives of the troubadours, and this whole tradition was based upon the glorification of illegitimate and extramarital love. That tradition has ruled the world of art ever since, and rules it today. I do not exaggerate when I say that it is the conventional view of grand opera and the drama of moving pictures and novels that impassioned and thrilling love is found before marriage, and is found in adultery and in temptations to adultery, but is never found in marriage. I have a pretty varied acquaintance with the literature of the world, and I have sat and thought for quite a while without being able to recall a single portrait of life which contradicts this thesis. And certainly anyone familiar with literature could name 10,000 novels and dramas and grand operas which support the thesis. English and American Puritanism have beaten a tradition down to this extent: the novelist portrays the glories and thrills of young love and carries it as far as the altar and the orange blossoms and white ribbons and showers of rice, and stops. He leaves you to assume that this delightful rapture continues forever after, but he does not attempt to show it to you. He would not dare attempt to show it, because the general experience of men and women in marriage would make him ridiculous. So he runs away from the issue. If he tells you a story of married life, it is a story of a triangle, the thrills of love imperiling marriage, and either crushed out or else wrecking the lives of the victims. Such is the unanimous testimony of all our arts today, and I submit it as evidence of the fact that there must be something vitally wrong with our marriage system. Personally, I am prepared to go as far as the extreme sex radical in the defense of love and the right to love. I believe that love is the most precious of all gifts of life. I accept its sanctions and its authority. I believe that it is to be cherished and obeyed, and not to be run away from or strangled in the heart. I believe it is the voice of nature speaking in the depths of us, and speaking from a wisdom deeper than we have yet attained, or may attain for many centuries to come. And when I say love, I do not mean merely affection. I do not mean merely the habit of living in the same home, which is the basis of marriage, as Blatchford describes it. What I mean is the love of the poets and the dreamers, the young love, which is thrill and ecstasy, a glorification and a transfiguration of the whole of life. I say that, far from giving up this love for marriage, it is the true purpose of marriage to preserve this love and perpetuate it. To save repetition and waste of words, let us agree that from now on, when I use the word love, I mean the passionate love of those who are in love. I believe that it is the right of men and women to be in love, and that there is no true marriage unless they are in love, and stay in love. I believe that it is possible to apply reason to love, to learn to understand love and the ways of love, to protect it and keep it alive in marriage. Blatchford writes the sentence, "Matrimony cannot be all honeymoon." I answer that assuredly it can be. And if you ask me how I know, I tell you that I know in the only way we really know anything, because I have proven it in my own life. I say that if men and women would recognize the perpetuation of the honeymoon as the purpose of marriage, and would devote to that end 100th part of the intelligence and energy they now devote to the killing of their fellow human beings in war, we might have an end to the wretched romantic tradition, which makes the most sacred emotion of the human heart into a sneak thief, skulking in the darkness, entering our lives by the back alleys and secret stairways, while greed and worldly pomp, dullness and boredom parade in by the front entrance. In the first place, what is love? Young love, passionate love, the love of those who fall in. I know a certain lady, well versed in worldly affairs, who says that it is at once the greatest nonsense and the deadliest snare in the world. This lady was trained as a coquette. She, and all the young ladies she knew, made it their business to cause men to fall in love with them, and their prestige was based upon their skill in that art. So to them, love was a joke, and men in love were victims, whether ridiculous or pitiable. To this I answer that I know nothing in life that cannot be faked, but an imitation has value only as it resembles something that is real, and that has real value. I am aware that it is possible for a society to be so corrupted, so given up to the admiration of imitations, of the paint and powder and silk stocking clad ankle kind of love, that true and genuine love interest, with its impulse to self-sacrifice and self-consecration, is no longer felt or understood. I am aware that in such a society it is possible for even the very young to be so sophisticated that what they take to be love is merely vanity, the worship of money, and the grace and charm which the possession of money confers. I have known girls who were head over heels in love and thought it was with a man, when quite clearly they were in love with a dress suit or a social position. In such a society it is hard to talk about natural emotions and deep and abiding and disinterested affections. Nevertheless, amid all the false conventions, the sham glories and cowardices of our civilization, there abides in the heart the craving for true love, and the idea of it leaps continually into flame in the young. In spite of the ridicule of the elders, in spite of blunders and tragic failures, in spite of dishonesties and deceptions, nevertheless, it continues to happen that out of 1,000 maidens the youth finds one whose presence thrills him with a new and terrible emotion, whose lightest touch makes him shiver, almost makes his knees give way. If you will recall what I have written about instinct and reason, you will know that I am not a blind worshiper of our ancient Mother Nature. I am not humble in my attitude toward her, but perfectly willing to say when I know more than she does. On the other hand, when I know nothing or next to nothing, I am shy of contradicting my ancient mother, and disposed to give respectful heed to her promptings. One of the things about which we know almost nothing at present is the subject of eugenics. We are only at the beginning of trying to find out what matings produce the best offspring. Meantime, we ought to consider those indications which nature gives us, just as we consider her advice about what food to eat and what rest to take. It is not my idea that science will ever take men and women and marry them in cold blood, as today we breed our cattle. What I think will happen is that young men and women will meet one another, as they do at present, and will find the love impulse awakening. They will then submit their love to investigation as to whether they should follow that impulse or should wait. In other words, I do not believe that science will ever do away with the raptures of love, but will make itself the servant of these raptures, finding out what they mean and how their precious essence may be preserved. I perfectly understand that the begetting of children is not the only purpose of love. The children have to be reared and trained. which means that a home has to be founded, and the parents have to learn to cooperate. They have to have common aims in life, and temperaments sufficiently harmonious so that they can live in the house together without tearing each other's eyes out. This means that in any civilized society all impulses of love have to be subjected to severe criticism. I intend, before long, to show just how I think parents and guardians should cooperate with young people in love, to help them to understand in advance what they are doing and how it may be possible for them to make their love permanent and successful. For the moment, I merely state, to avoid any possible misunderstanding, that I am the last person in the world to favor what is called blind love, the unthinking abandonment to an impulse of sex passion. What I am trying to show is that the passionate impulse, the passionate excitement of the young couple, is the material out of which love and marriage are made. Passion is a part of us, and a fundamental part. If we do not find a place for it in marriage, it will seek satisfaction outside of marriage, and that means lying or the wrecking of the marriage, or both. Passion is what gives to love and marriage its vitality, its energy, its drive. In fact, it gives these qualities to the whole character. It is a vivifying force, transfiguring the personality, and, if it is crushed and repressed, the whole life of that person is distorted. Yet, it is a fact which every physician knows that millions of women marry and live their whole lives without ever knowing what passionate gratification is. As a consequence of this, millions of men take it for granted that there are good women and bad women, and that only the latter are interesting. This, of course, is simply one of the abnormalities caused by the supplanting of love by money as a motive in marriage. Love becomes a superfluity and a danger, and all the forces of society, including institutionalized religion, combine to outlaw it and drive it underground. Or we might say that they lock it in a dungeon, and that the supreme delight of all painters, poets, musicians, dramatists, and novelists of all climes and all periods of history is to portray the escape of the young god from these imprisonments. The story is told in 6 words of an old English ballad: "Love will find out the way." Is it not obvious that there must be something vitally wrong with our institutions and conventions in matters of sex, when here exists this eternal war between our moralists and our artists? Why not make up our minds what we really believe, whether it is true that poets are, as Shelley said, the unacknowledged legislators of mankind, or whether they are, as Plato declared, false teachers and seducers of the young. If they are the latter, let us have done with them. Let us drive them from the state, together with lovers and all other impassioned persons. But if, on the other hand, it is truth the poets tell about life, then let us take the young god out of his dungeon and bring him into our homes by the front door, and cast out the false gods of vanity and greed and worldly prestige which now sit in his place. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39, Birth Control, deals with the prevention of conception as one of the greatest of man's discoveries, releasing him from nature's enslavement and placing the keys of life in his hands. I assume that you have followed my argument, and are prepared to consider seriously whether it may be possible to establish love in marriage as the sex institution of civilized society. If you really wish to bring such an institution into existence, the first thing you have to do is to accomplish the social revolution. That is, you must wipe out class control of society and prestige based upon money exploitation. But that is a vast change, and will take time, and meanwhile we have to live, and wish to live with as little misery as possible. So the practical question becomes this: suppose that you, as an individual, wish to find as much happiness and love as may now be possible. What counsel have I to offer? If you are young, you wish this advice for yourself, while if you are mature, you wish it for your children. I will put my advice under 4 heads. First, marriage for love. Second, birth control. Third, early marriage. Fourth, education for marriage. The first of these we have considered at some length. A part of the process of social revolution is personal conversion, the giving up by every individual of the worldly ideal, the surrender of luxury and self-indulgence, the consecrating of one's life to self-education and the cause of social justice. And do not think that that is an easy thing, or an unimportant thing, a thing to be taken for granted. On the contrary, it is something that most of us have to struggle with at every hour of our lives, because respect for property and worldly conventions has become one of our deepest instincts. Our whole society is poisoned with it, and I can count on the fingers of one hand the people I have known in my life who have completely escaped from it. It is not merely a question of refusing to marry, except for love. It is a question of refusing to love, except for honest and worthy qualities. It is a question of saving our children from the damnable forces of snobbery, which lay siege to their young minds and destroy the best impulses of their hearts, while we, in our blindness, are still thinking of them as babies. Of the other 3 topics that I have suggested, I begin with birth control, because it is the most fundamental and most important. Without birth control, there can be no freedom, no happiness, no permanence in love, and there can be no mastery of life. Birth control is one of the great fundamental achievements of the human reason, as important to the life of mankind as the discovery of fire or the invention of printing. Birth control is the deliverance of womankind, and therefore of mankind also, from the blind and insane fecundity of nature, which created us animals and would keep us animals forever if we did not rebel. Ever since the dawn of history, and probably for long ages before that, our race has been struggling against this blind insanity of nature. Poor, bewildered Theodore Roosevelt stormed at what he called race suicide, thinking it was some brand new and terrible modern corruption. But nowhere do we find a primitive tribe, nowhere in history do we find a race which did not seek to save itself from overgrowth and consequent starvation. They did not know enough to prevent conception, but they did the best they could by means of abortion and infanticide. And because today's superstition keeps the priceless knowledge of contraception from the vast majority of women, these crude, savage methods still prevail, and we have our 1,000,000 abortions a year in the United States. Assuming that something near 1/4 of our population consists of women capable of bearing children, we have 1 woman in 25 going through this agonizing and health-wrecking experience every year. They go through with it, you understand, regardless of everything. All the moralists and preachers and priests with their hellfire and brimstone, they go through with it because we have both marriage without love and love without marriage. Also, because we permit some 10 or 20% of our total population to suffer the pangs of perpetual starvation. Because more than half our farms are mortgaged or occupied by tenants, and some 10 or 20% of our workers are out of jobs all the time. Some of our women know about birth control. They are the rich women who get what they want in this world. They object to the humiliations and inconveniences of childbearing, and some of them raise one or two children, and others of them raise poodle dogs. Also, our middle classes have found out, our doctors and lawyers and college professors and people of that sort, but we deliberately keep the knowledge from our foreign populations by the terrors which the church has at its command. And what is the practical consequence of this procedure? It is that while all our Anglo-Saxon stock, those who founded our country and established its institutions, are gradually removing themselves from the face of the earth, our ignorant and helpless populations, whether in city slums or on tenant farms, are multiplying like rabbits. Read Jack London's The Valley of the Moon, and see what is happening in California. You will find the same thing happening in any portion of the United States where you take the trouble to use your own eyes. Now, I try to repress such impulses toward race prejudice as I find in myself. I am willing to admit, for the sake of this argument, that in the course of time all the races that are now swarming in America, Portuguese and Japanese and Mexican and French Canadian and Polish and Hungarian and Slovakian, are capable of just as high intellectual development as our ancestors who wrote the Declaration of Independence. But no one who sees the conditions under which they now live can deny that it will take a good deal of labor, teaching them and training them, as well as scrubbing them, to accomplish that result. And what a waste of energy, what a farce it makes of culture to take the people who have already been scrubbed and taught and trained for self-government, and exterminate them, and raise up others in their place. It seems time that we gave thought to the fundamental question whether or not there is something self-destroying in the very process of culture. Unless we can answer this, we might as well give up our visions and our efforts to lift the race. Theodore Roosevelt stormed at birth control for something like 10 years, and it would be interesting if we could know how many Anglo-Saxon babies he succeeded in bringing into the world by his preachments. If what he wanted was to correct the balance between native and foreign births, how much more sensible to have taught birth control to those poor, pathetic, half-starved and overworked foreign mothers of our slums and tenant farms. I can wager that for every Anglo-Saxon baby that Theodore Roosevelt brought into the world by his preachings, he could have kept out 10,000 foreign slum babies if only he had lent his aid to Margaret Sanger. Ah, but he wanted all the babies to be born, you say. I see before me the face of a certain devout old Christian lady, known to me, who settles the question by the Bible quotation, "Be fruitful and multiply." But what avails it to follow this biblical advice if we allow 1 out of 5 of the newborn infants to perish from lack of scientific care before they are 2 years old? What avails it if we send them to school hungry, as we do 22% of the public school children in New York City? What avails it if we allow venereal disease to spread, so that a large percentage of the babies are deformed and miserable? What avails it if, when they are fully grown, we can think of nothing better to do with them than to take them by millions at a time and dress them up in uniforms and send them out to be destroyed by poison gases? Would it not be the part of common sense to establish universal birth control for at least a year or two, until we have learned to take care of our newly born babies, and to feed our school children, and to protect our youths from vice, and to abolish poverty and war from the earth? These are the social aspects of birth control. There are also to be considered what I might call the personal aspects of it. Because young people do not know about it and have no way to find out about it, they dare not marry, and so the amount of vice in the world is increased. Because married women do not know about it, love is turned to terror, and marital happiness is wrecked. Because the harmless and proper methods are not sensibly taught, people use harmful methods, which cause nervous disorders and wreck marital happiness and break up homes. Thorough and sound knowledge about birth control is just as essential to happiness in marriage as knowledge of diet is necessary to health, or as knowledge of economics is necessary to intelligent action as a voter and citizen. The suppression by law of knowledge of birth control is just as grave a crime against human life as ever was committed by religious bigotry in the blackest days of the Spanish Inquisition. Now, this law stands on the statute books of our country, and if I should so much as hint to you in this book what you need to know, or even where you can find out about it, I should be liable to 5 years in jail and a fine of $5,000. And every person who mailed a copy of this book or any advertisement of this book would be in the same plight. But there is not yet a law to prohibit agitation against the law, so the first thing I say to every reader of this book is that they should obtain a copy of the Birth Control Review, published at 104 Fifth Avenue, New York, and also should join the Voluntary Parenthood League, 206 Broadway, New York. Get the literature of these organizations and circulate them and help spread the light. As to the knowledge which you need, the only advice I am allowed to give is that you should seek it. Seek it and persist in seeking until you find it. Ask everyone you know, and ask particularly among enlightened people, those who are willing to face the facts of human life and trust in reason and common sense. I do not know if I am violating the law in thus telling you how to find out about birth control. One of the charming features of this law, and others against the spreading of knowledge, is that they will never tell you in advance what you may say, but leave you to say it and take your chances. I believe that I am not violating any law when I tell you that there are half dozen simple, inexpensive, and entirely harmless methods of preventing undesired parenthood without the destruction of the marital relationships. I am one of those who, for many years, believed that the destruction of the marital relationship was the only proper and moral method. I was brought up to take the monkish view of love. I thought it was an animal thing which required some outside justification. I had been taught nothing else, but now I have had personal experience of other justifications of love, and I believe that love is a beautiful and joyful relationship, which not merely requires no other justification, but confers justification upon many other things in life. I used to believe in that old ideal of celibacy, thinking it is a fine spiritual exercise. But since then, I have looked out on life and have found so many interesting things to do, so much important work calling for attention, that I do not have to invent any artificial exercises for my spirit. I have looked at humanity and brought myself to recognize the plain common sense fact that whatever superfluous energy I may have to waste upon artificial spirituality, the great mass of the people have no such energy to spare. They need all their energies to get a living for themselves and for their wives and little ones. They have their sex impulses and will follow them, and the only question is, shall they follow them wisely or unwisely? The religious people decide that sexual indulgence is wrong, and they impose a penalty. And what is that penalty? A poor, unwanted little waif of a soul, which never sinned and had nothing to do with the matter, is brought into a hostile world to suffer neglect, perhaps starvation, in order to punish parents who did not happen to be sufficiently strong-willed to practice continence in marriage. I used to believe that there was benefit to health and increase of power, whether physical or mental, in the celibate life. I have tried both ways of life, and as a result I know that that old idea is nonsense. I know now that love is a natural function. Of course, like any other function, it can be abused, just as hunger may become gluttony, sleeping may become sluggishness, getting the money to pay one's way through life may become ferocious avarice. But we do not on this account refuse ever to eat or sleep or get money to pay our debts. I do not say that I believe, I say I know that free and happy love, guided by wisdom and sound knowledge, is not merely conducive to health, but is in the long run necessary to health. People who condemn birth control always argue as if one wished to teach this knowledge indiscriminately to the young. And perhaps it is natural that those who oppose the use of reason should assume that others are as irrational as themselves. All I can say is that I no more believe in teaching birth control to the young than I believe in feeding beefsteak to nursing infants. There is a period in life for beefsteaks, or, if my vegetarian friends prefer, for lentil hash and peanut butter sandwiches. In exactly the same way, there is a time for teaching the fundamentals of sex, and another time for teaching the art of happiness in marriage, which includes birth control. That brings me by a very pleasant transition to the other two subjects which I have promised to discuss: early marriage and education for marriage. End of chapter 39. Chapters 40, 41, and 42 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. Early marriage discusses love marriages, how they can be made, and the duty of parents in respect to them. I have shown how economic forces in our society make for later and later marriage. And at the present time, economic forces are so overwhelming that all other forces are hardly worth mentioning in comparison. You are, let us say, the mother of a boy of 18, and you have what you call common sense, meaning thereby a grasp of the money facts of life. If your darling boy of 18 should come to you with a grave face and announce, "Mother dear, I have met a girl I love, and we have decided that we want to get married," you would consider that the most absurd thing you had ever heard in all your born days, and you would tell the lad that he was a baby and to run along and play. If he persisted in his crazy notion, you and your husband and all the brothers and sisters and relatives and friends, both of the boy and the girl, would set to work by scolding and ridiculing, to make life a misery for them, and 99 times out of 100 you would break down the young couple's marital intention. But now, let us try another supposition. Let us suppose that your darling boy of 18 should come to you again and say, "Mother dear, some of the boys are going to spend this evening in a brothel, and I have decided to go along." Would you think that was the most absurd thing you had ever heard in all your born days? Or would you answer, "Yes, of course, my boy, that is what I had in mind when I made you give up the girl you loved"? No, you would not answer that. But here is the vital fact: it does not matter what you would answer, for you would never have a chance to answer. When a mother's darling wants to get married, he comes and asks his mother's blessing, but never does a mother's darling ask the blessing before he goes with the other boys to a brothel. He just goes. And maybe he borrows the money from some other fellow, and the next day tells you he went to the theater. Or maybe he picks up some poor man's daughter on the street and takes her into the park, or up on the roof of a tenement. some such thing he does, to find satisfaction for an instinct which you in your worldly wisdom, or your heavenly piety, spurn and ridicule. I do not wish to exaggerate. If you are an exceptionally wise and tactful mother, you may keep the confidence of your boy, and guide him day by day through his temptations and miseries, and keep him chaste. But the more you try that, the more apt you will be to come to my conclusion that late marriage is a crime against the race. The more aware you will be of the danger, either that his boy friends may break him down, or that some lewd woman may come to his bedroom in the night time. Never will you be able to be quite sure that he is not lying to you, because of his shame, and the pain he cannot bear to inflict upon you. Never will you be quite sure that he is not hiding some cruel disease, sneaking off to some quack who takes his money and leaves him worse than before, until finally he shoots off his head, as happened to a nephew of an old and dear friend of mine. Such is the problem of the mother of a son, and now what about the mother of a daughter? This seems much simpler, because your daughter is not generally troubled with sex cravings, and if you teach her the proprieties, and see that she is carefully chaperoned, you may reasonably hope that she will be chaste. But some day you expect that she will marry, and then comes your problem. If you are the usual mother, you are looking for someone who can maintain her in the state of life to which she is accustomed. If a fairy prince would come along, or a plaster saint, you would be pleased. But failing that, you will take a successful businessman, one who has made his way in the world and secured himself a position. But turn back to the figures I gave you a while ago. If this man is 30 years of age, there is at least a 50-50 chance that he has had some venereal disease. And while the doctors claim to cure these diseases absolutely, we must bear in mind that doctors are human, and sometimes claim more than they perform. Every doctor will admit, if you pin him down, that these diseases burrow deeply into the tissues, and many times are supposed to be cured when they are only hidden. Here is, in a nutshell, the problem of the mother of a daughter. If you marry your daughter at 17 to a lad of her own age, you have a very good chance of marrying her to a person who is chaste. If you marry her to a man of 25, you have perhaps one chance in 100. If you marry her to a man of 35, you have perhaps one chance in 10,000. You may not like these facts. I do not like them myself, but I have learned that facts are nonetheless facts on that account. You know the average society bud of 18 and her attitude to a boy of the same age. She regards him as a child, and you think, perhaps, that it is natural for a girl to be interested in men of 35 or even 45. But I tell you that it is not natural. It is simply one of the perversions of pecuniary sex. The girl is interested in such men because all her young life she has been carefully coached for the marriage market, because she is dressed for it and solemnly brought out and introduced to other players of this exciting game of marriage for money, with its incredible prizes of automobiles and jewels and palaces full of servants and magic checkbooks that never grow empty. But suppose that, instead of regarding her as a prize in a lottery, you let her grow up naturally, and taught her the truth about herself, both body and mind. Suppose that, instead of dressing her in ways deliberately contrived to emphasize her sex, you put her in a simple uniform and taught her to be honest and straightforward, instead of mincing and coy. Suppose she played athletic games with boys of her own age, and invited them to her home, not for jazz dancing and stuffing cake and candy, but for the sharing of good music and literature and art. Don't you think that maybe this girl might become interested in a lad of her own age, and choose him with some understanding of his real self? You take it for granted that young people should not marry until they can afford it. But stop and consider, is not this a relic of the old days? Always it takes time and deliberate effort of the reason to adjust our conventions to new facts. So face this fact: marriage today does not necessarily mean children. It may just mean love. It involves little more expense because the young people need cost no more together than they cost in the separate homes of their parents. If they are children of the poor, they are already taking care of themselves. If they are the children of the moderately well off, their parents expect to support them while they are getting an education. And why can they not just as well live together, and the parents of each contribute their share? Let the parents of the boy give him not merely what it costs to keep him at home, but also the sums which otherwise the boy would pay to the brothels. By this argument, I do not mean that I favor keeping young people financially dependent upon their parents. My own son is working his own way through college, and I should be glad to see every young man doing the same. All that I am saying is that if parents are going to support their children while they are getting an education, they might just as well support them married as single, instead of penalizing matrimony by making all allowances cease at that point. I know a certain ardent feminist who is all for late marriage for women and abhors my ideas on this subject. She wants women to get a chance to develop their personalities, whereas I want to sacrifice them to the frantic exigencies of the male animal. Young things of 17 and 18 have no idea what they are, or what they want from life. The mating impulse is a blind frenzy in them, and they must be taught to control it, just as they are taught not to kill when they are angry. In the first place, I point out that young ladies in colleges and in ballrooms give a lot of time and thought to sex, even though they do not call it by that inelegant term. I very much question whether, if we should apply our wisdom to the task of getting our young people happily mated before we sent them off to college, we should not get a lot more serious study out of them than we do now, with all their fussing and flirting and dancing. Second, I am willing to make heroic moral efforts where I see any chance of adequate results. But I have examined the facts and definitely made up my mind that it is not worthwhile, in our present stage of culture, to preach to the mass of men the doctrine that they should abstain from sex experience until they are 25 or 30 years of age. You may storm at them, but they only laugh at you. You may pass laws and try to put them in jail, but you only provide a harvest for blackmailers and grafters. As to sacrificing the girl, my answer is simply that I believe in love, and in this I think the girl will agree with me, if you will let her. I have never heard any qualified person maintain that it hurts a girl to respond to love at the age of 17 or 18, nor do I think that it hurts a boy, provided that he is taught the virtues of moderation and self-restraint. Without these, it will hurt him to eat, but that is no argument for starving him. As for the question of his maturity and power to judge, we are able at present to keep him from marrying anybody. So I think we might reasonably hope to keep him from marrying a wanton or a slut. Certainly we might find somebody better than the peroxide blonde he now picks up at the front of the moving picture palace. The question, at what ages we shall advise our young people to have children, is a separate one, depending upon many circumstances. First, of course, they should not have any until they are able financially to maintain them. As to the age at which it is physically advisable, that is a question to be settled by the physicians and the physiologists. I myself had the idea that the proper age would be when the woman had attained her full stature. But my friend Dr. William J. Robinson sends me some statistics from the Johns Hopkins Hospital Bulletin, which startled me. This publication for January 1922 gives the results in 500 childbirths, in which the mother's age was from 12 to 16 years inclusive. It appears that pregnancy and labor at these ages are no more dangerous than in older women. But on the other hand, the duration of the labor is actually shorter, and the size of the children is not inferior. These facts are so contrary to the general impression that I content myself with calling attention to them, and leave the commenting to be done by feminists and others who oppose themselves to the idea of early marriage. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41. The Marriage Club discusses how parents and elders may help the young to avoid unhappy marriages. I will make the assumption that you would like to have a trial of my cure for prostitution. You would like to do something right here and now, without waiting for this social revolution. Very well. I propose that you shall find a few other parents of boys and girls who are in revolt against our system of hidden vice, and that you will meet and form a modern marriage club. Only you won't call it that, of course. You will tactfully describe it as a literary society, or a social circle, or an Epworth League. The parents who run it will know what it is for, just as they do today. The only difference being that it will exist to promote love matches instead of money matches. It happens that I am myself a tactless sort of a person, not skillful at avoiding saying what I mean. So in this chapter I shall content myself with setting forth exactly what this marriage club will do, and leaving it to more clever people to supply the necessary camouflage. This club will begin by correcting the most stupid of all our educational blunders, the assumption of the necessary immaturity of the young. Our young people nowadays have 10 times as much chance to learn and 10 times as much stimulus to learn as we had, and it is a generally safe assumption that they know much more than we think they do, and are ready to learn every sensible and interesting thing. I am carrying on an epistolary acquaintance with a little miss of 12, who has read half a dozen of my books, among the worst of them, and writes me letters of grave appreciation. I have talked on socialism to 1,000 school children, and had them question me for an hour, and heard just as worthwhile questions as I have heard from an audience of bankers. Never in my life have I talked about real things with children that I did not find them proud to be treated seriously, and eager to show that they were worthy of that honor. A great part of our foolishness with children is due to the emptiness of our own heads. These parents will delegate one man and one woman to make a thorough study of the sex education of the young. Of course, there is knowledge about sex which has to be given to the very youngest child, and more must be given as they grow older and ask more questions. But what I have in mind here is that detailed and precise knowledge which must be given to the young when they approach the period of puberty. At this age of 14 or 15, the man will take each of the boys apart, and the woman will take each of the girls, and will explain to them what they need to know. This duty will not be trusted to parents, for parents have an imbecile fear of talking straight to their children, and try to get by with rubbish about bees and flowers. Let every child know that the days of the hole and corner sex business is forever past, and that here is an instructed person who talks real American and knows what he is talking about, and will deal with facts instead of with evasions. This club will help to educate the youngsters, and also to give them a good time, developing both their minds and bodies, and learning to know them thoroughly. When they are 16, each one will have another talk, this time about marriage and what it means, learning that it is not merely flirtations and delicious thrills, but a business partnership and the deepest and best of all friendships. So when John finds that he likes Mary best of all the girls he knows, this won't be a subject for kidding and sly innuendo and blushes and simpering on Mary's part, but an occasion for decent and sensible talk about what each of them really is and what each thinks the other to be. If they think they are in love, then there will be a council of the elder statesmen to consider that case, and what are the chances of happiness in that love. This may sound forbidding, but it is actually what is done at present, only it is not done honestly and frankly, and therefore does not carry proper weight with the young people. I am an opponent of long engagements, but I am also an opponent of no engagements at all. I know no truer proverb than "marry in haste and repent at leisure." It would be my idea that a very young couple should announce their engagement, and then wait 6 months, and be consulted again about the matter, and have a chance to withdraw with no hard feelings, if either party thought best. If they wished to go on, they might be asked to wait another 6 months, if their elders felt very certain there were reasons to doubt the wisdom of the match. There are, of course, people who, because of disease or physical defect, should never be allowed to marry, and others who might marry, but should not be allowed to have children. There should be laws providing for such cases, requiring physical examination before marriage, and in extreme cases providing for a simple and harmless surgical operation to prevent the hopelessly unfit from passing on their defects to the future. But dealing for the moment with normal young persons, members of our modern marriage club, I should say that if, after they have listened to the warning of their elders, and have waited for a decent interval to think things over, they still remain of the opinion that they can make a successful marriage, then it is up to the elders to wish them luck. I have known of young couples who have refused to heed warnings, and regretted it, but I have known of others who went ahead and had their own way and proved they were right. There is a form of wisdom called experience, and there is another form called love. I hear the worldly and cynical rail at the blindness of young love, and I can see the truth in what they say, but also I can see the deeper truth in the magic dreams of the young soul. Here is a youth who adores a girl, and you know the girl, and it is comical to you because you know she is not any of the things the youth imagines. But who are you that claim to know the last thing about a human soul? Look into your own, and see how many different things you are. Look back, if you can, to the time when you were young, and remember the visions and hopes. They have lost all reality to you now. But who could say how many of them you might have made real if there had been one other person who believed in them, and loved them, and would not give them up? I write this, and then I think of the other side, the fools that I have known and loved, the trusting women marrying rotten men to reform them, the pitiful people who think that fine phrases and sentimentality can take place of facts. I implore my young couples to sit down and face the realities of their own natures, to decide what they are and what they want to be, and if there is going to be any change, let it be made and tried out before marriage. I implore them to begin now to control their desires by their reason and judgment, to begin each of them at the very outset, to carry their share of the burdens and do their share of the hard work. I implore them to value independence and self-reliance in the other, and never, above all things, to marry from pity, which is a worthy emotion in its place, but has nothing to do with sex, which should be an affair between equals, a matter of partnership and not of parasitism. I think that, on the whole, the most dreadful thing in love is the use of it for preying, for the securing of favors and advantages of any sort, whether by men or by women. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42. Education for Marriage. Maintains that the art of love can be taught, and that we have the right and duty to teach it. I assume now that our young couple have definitely made up their minds, and that the wedding day is near. They are therefore, both the man and the woman, in position to receive information as to the physical aspects of their future experience. This information is now, for the most part, possessed only by pathologists, who impart it too late, after people have blundered and wrecked their lives. The opponents of birth control ask in horror if you would teach it to the young. I am now able to answer just when I would teach it. I would teach it to these young couples about to marry. I would make it by law compulsory for every young couple to attend a school of marriage, and to learn not merely the regulation of conception, but the whole art of health and happiness in sex. Perhaps the words "a school of marriage" strike you as funny. When I was young, I remember that Pulitzer founded a school of journalism, and all newspaper editors made merry. They knew that journalism could only be learned in practice. But nowadays, every city editor gives preference to an applicant who has taken a college course in reporting. They have learned that journalism can be taught, just like engineering and accounting. In the same way, I assert that marriage can be taught, and the art of love, physical, mental, moral, and even financial. I think that the day will come when enlightened parents would no more dream of trusting their tender young daughter to a man who had not taken a course in sex, than they would go up in an aeroplane with a pilot who knew nothing about an engine. The knowledge which I possess upon the art of love I would be glad to give you in this book, but unfortunately, if I were to do so, my book would be suppressed, and I should be sent to jail. Some 10 or 12 years ago I received a pitiful letter from a man who was in state's prison in Delaware, charged with having imparted information as to birth control. Under our amiable legal system, a perfectly innocent man may be thrown into jail and kept there for a year or two before he is tried, and if he is without money or friends, he might as well be buried alive. I went to Wilmington to call on the United States attorney who had caused the indictment in this case, and had an illuminating conversation with him. The official was anxious to justify what he had done. He assured me that he was no bigot, but on the contrary, an extremely liberal man, a Unitarian, a progressive, etc. "But Mr. Sinclair," he said, "I assure you this prisoner is not a reformer or humanitarian or anything like that. He is a depraved person. Look, here is something we found in his trunk when we arrested him, a pamphlet explaining about sex relations. See this paragraph? It says that the pleasure of intercourse is increased if it is prolonged." I looked at the pamphlet, and then I looked at the attorney. "Do you think you have stated the matter quite fairly?" I asked. "Apparently, the purpose is to explain that the emotions of women are more slow to be aroused than those of men, and that husbands, failing to realize this, often do not gratify their wives." "Well," said the other, "do you consider that a subject to be discussed?" "Pardon me if I discuss it just a moment," I replied. "Do you happen to know whether the statement is a fact?" "No, I don't. It may be, I suppose." "You have never investigated the matter?" The legal representative of our government was evidently annoyed by my persistence. "I have not," he answered. "But then, suppose I were to tell you that thousands of homes have been broken up for lack of just that bit of knowledge, that tens of thousands of marriages are miserable for lack of it?" "Surely, Mr. Sinclair, you exaggerate." "Not at all. I could prove to you by one medical authority after another that if the desire of the woman in marriage is roused and then left ungratified, the result is nervous strain, and in the long run it may be nervous breakdown. The above covers only one detail of the pamphlet in question. I read some pages of it and argued them out with the attorney. It was a perfectly simple, straightforward exposition of facts about the physiology of sex, and one of the reasons a man was to be sent to jail for several years was, not that he had circulated such a pamphlet, not that he had showed it to young people, but merely that he had it in his trunk. There is an honest and very useful book written by an English physician, Dr. Marie C. Stopes, entitled Married Love, published by Dr. William J. Robinson of New York, a specialist of authority and integrity. The book deals with just such vital facts in a perfectly dignified and straightforward manner. Yet, Dr. Robinson has been hounded by the post office department because of it. He was convicted and forced to pay a fine of $250, and the book was barred from the mails. I have so much else of importance to say in this book of love that it would not be sensible to jeopardize it by causing a controversy with our official censors of knowledge. Therefore, I will merely say in general terms that men and women differ, not merely as a sex, but as individuals, and every marriage is a separate problem. Every couple has to solve it in the intimacy of their love life. And for this there are needed, first of all, gentleness on the part of the man, especially in the first days of the honeymoon, and on the part of both at all times, consideration for each other's welfare and enjoyment, and above all, frankness and honesty in talking out the subject. Reticence and shyness may be virtues elsewhere, but they have no place in the intimacies of the sex life. If men and women will only ask and answer frankly, they can find out by experience what makes the other happy, and what causes pain. We are dealing here with the most sacred intimacy of life, and one of the most vital parts of life's problems. It is here, in the marriage bed, that the divorce problem is to be settled, and likewise the problem of prostitution, for it is when men and women fail to understand each other and to gratify each other that one or the other turns cold and indifferent, perhaps angry and hateful, and then we have passions unsatisfied and ranging the world, breaking up other homes and spreading disease. So I would say to every young couple, seek knowledge on this subject. Seek it without shame from others who have had a chance to acquire it. Seek it also from nature, our wise old mother who knows so much about her children. Be natural, be simple and straightforward, and beware of fool notions about sex. If you will look in the Code of Hammurabi, which is over 4,000 years old, you will see the provision that a man who has intercourse with a menstruating woman shall be killed. In Leviticus, you will read that both the man and the woman are to be cast out from their people. You will find that most people still have some such notion, which is without any basis whatever in health. And this is only one illustration of many I might give of ignorance and superstition in the sex life. I would give this as one very good rule to bear in mind. Your love exists for the happiness and health of yourself and your partner, and not for Hammurabi, nor Moses, nor Jehovah, nor your mother-in-law, nor anybody else on the earth or above it. Great numbers of people believe that women are naturally less passionate than men, and that marital happiness depends upon men's recognizing this. Of course, there are defective individuals, both men and women, but the normal woman is every bit as passionate as a man, if once she has been taught, and if love is given its proper place in life, and monkish notions not allowed to interfere, she will remain so all through life, in spite of childbearing or anything else. I say to married couples that they should devote themselves to making and preserving passionate gratification in love, because this is the bright jewel in the crown of marriage. And if lovers solve this problem, they will find other problems comparatively simple. End of chapter 42. Chapters 43, 44, and 45 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43, The Money Side of Marriage, deals with the practical side of life partnership, of matrimony. So far, we have discussed marriage as if it consisted only of love. But it is manifest that this is not the case. Marriage is everyday companionship, and also it is partnership in a complicated business. In our school of marriage, therefore, we shall teach the rights and duties of both partners to the contract, and shall face frankly the money side of the enterprise. One of the first facts we must get clear is that the economics of marriage are in most parts of the world still based upon the subjection of women, and are therefore incompatible with the claims of woman as a partner and comrade. They will never be right until the social revolution has abolished privilege, and the state has granted to every woman a maternity endowment, with a mother's pension for every child during the entire period of the rearing and education of that child. Until this is done, the average woman must look to some man for the support of her child, and that, by the automatic operation of economic force, makes her subject to the whims of the man. What women have to do is to agitate for a revision of the property laws of marriage, and, meantime, to see that in every marriage there is an extra-legal understanding, which grants to the woman the equality which laws and conventions deny her. When I was a boy, my mother had a woman friend who, if she wanted to go downtown, would borrow a quarter from my mother. This woman's husband was earning a generous salary, enough to enable him to buy the best cigars by the box and to keep a supply of liquors always on hand, but he gave his wife no allowance. And if she wanted pocket money, she had to ask him for it, each time a separate favor. Yet this woman was keeping a home, she was doing just as hard work and just as necessary work as the man. Manifestly, this was a preposterous arrangement. If a woman is going to be a homemaker for the husband, it is a simple, common-sense proposition that the salary of the husband shall be divided into three parts. First, the part which goes to the home, the benefit of which is shared in common. Second, the part which the husband has for his own use. And third, the part which the wife has for hers. The second and third parts should be equal, and the wife should have hers, not as a favor, but as a right. If the two are making a homestead, or running a farm, or building up a business, then half the proceeds should be the woman's, and it should be legally in her name, and this as a matter of course as any other business contract. If the woman does not make a home, but merely displays fine clothes at tea parties, that is of course another matter. Just what she is to do is something that had better be determined before the marriage. And if a man wants a life partner, to take an interest in his work, or to have a useful work of her own, he had better choose that kind of woman, and not merely one that has a pretty face and a trim ankle. The business side of marriage is something that has to be talked out from time to time. There have to be meetings of the board of directors, and at these meetings there ought to be courtesy and kindness, but also plain facts and common sense, and no shirking of issues. Love is such a very precious thing that any man or woman ought to be willing to make money sacrifices to preserve it. But On the other hand, it is a fact that there are some people with whom you cannot be generous. The more you give them, the more they take. And with such people, the only safe rule is exact justice. Let married couples decide exactly what contribution each makes to the family life and what share of money and authority each is entitled to. I might spend several chapters discussing the various rocks on which I have seen marriages go to wreck. For example, extravagance and worldly show, clothes for women. In Paris there is a demi-monde, a world of brutal lust combined with riotous luxury. The women of this half-world are in touch with the world of art and fashion, and when the rich costumers and women decorators want what they call ideas, it is to these lust women they go. The fashions they design are always depraved, of course, always for flaunting of sex, never for the suggestion of dignity and grave intelligence. At several seasons of the year, these lust women are decked out and paraded at the race courses and other gathering places of the rich, and their pictures are published in the papers and spread all over the world. So forthwith it becomes necessary for your wife in Oshkosh or Kalamazoo to throw away all the perfectly good clothes she owns and get a complete new outfit because they are wearing something different. Of course, the costume makers have seen that it is extremely different, so as to make it impossible for your wife and children to be happy in their last season's clothes. I have a winter overcoat which I bought 14 years ago, and as it is still as good as new, I expect to use it another 14 years, which will mean that it has cost me $1.50 per year. But think what it would have cost me if I had considered it necessary each year to have an overcoat cut as the keepers of French mistresses were cutting theirs. But then, suppose you put it up to your wife and daughters to wear sensible clothes, and they do so, and then they observe that on the street your eyes turn to follow the ladies in the latest disappearing skirt. The point is, you perceive, that you yourself are partly to blame for the fashions. They appeal to a dirty little imp you have in your own heart, and when the decent women discover that, it makes them blazing hot, and that is one of the ways you may wreck your domestic happiness if you want to. Unless I am greatly mistaken, when the class war is all over, we are going to see in our world a sex war. But it is not going to be between the men and the women, it is going to be between the mother women and the mistress women. And the mistress women are going to have their hides stripped off. Men wreck marriage because they are promiscuous, and women wreck it because they are parasites. Woman has been for long centuries an economic inferior, and she has the vices of the subject people and tribes. Now, there are some who want to keep these vices, while at the same time claiming the new privileges which go with equality. Such a woman picks out a man who is sensitive and chivalrous, who knows that women suffer handicaps, pains of childbirth, physical weakness, and who therefore feels impelled to bear more than his share of the burdens. She makes him her slave, and by she gets a child, and then she has him, because he is bowed down with awe and worship. He thinks that such a miracle has never happened in the world before, and he spends the rest of his life waiting on her whims and nursing her vanities. I note that at the recent convention of the Women's Party, they demanded their rights and agreed to surrender their privileges. There you have the final test by which you may know that women really want to be free and are prepared to take the responsibilities of freedom. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44. The Defense of Monogamy discusses the permanence of love and why we should endeavor to preserve it. So far in this discussion, we have assumed that love means monogamous love. We did so for the reason that we could not consider every question at once. But we have promised to deal with all the problems of sex in the light of reason, and so we have now to take up the question, What are the sanctions of monogamy? And why do we refuse sanction to other kinds of love? First, let us set aside several reasons with which we have nothing to do. For example, the reason of tradition. It is a fact that Anglo-Saxon civilization has always refused legal recognition to non-monogamous marriage. But then, Anglo-Saxon civilization has recognized war and slavery and speculation and private property in land and many other things which we presume to describe as crimes. If tradition cannot justify itself to our reason, we shall choose martyrdom. Second, the religious reason. This is the one that most people give. It is convenient because it saves the need of thinking. Suffice it here to say that we prefer to think. If we cannot justify monogamy by the facts of life, we shall declare ourselves for polygamy. What are the scientific and rational reasons for monogamy? First among them is venereal disease. This may seem like a vulgar reason, but no one can deny that it is real. There was a time, apparently, when mankind did not suffer from these plagues, and we hope there may be such a time again. I shall not attempt to prescribe the marital customs for the people of that happy age. I suspect that they will be able to take care of themselves. Confining myself to my lifetime and yours, I say that the aim of every sensible man and woman must be to confine sex relations to the smallest possible limits. I know, of course, that there are prophylactics, and the Army and Navy present statistics to show that they succeed in a great proportion of cases. But if you are one of the persons in whose case they don't succeed, you will find the statistics a cold source of comfort to you. John and Mary go to the altar or to the justice of the peace, and John says, "With all my worldly goods I thee endow." But the formula is incomplete. It ought to read, "And likewise with the fruits of my wild oats." Marriage is a contract wherein each of the contracting parties agrees to share whatever pathogenic bacteria the other party may have or acquire. Surely, therefore, the contract involves the right to each party to have a say as to how many chances of infection the other shall incur. John goes off on a business trip, and is lonesome, and meets an agreeable widow, and figures to himself that there is very little chance that so charming a person can be dangerous. But maybe Mary wouldn't agree with his calculations, and maybe Mary would not consider it a part of the marriage bargain that she should take the diseases of the agreeable widow. What commonly happens is that Mary is not consulted. John revises the contract in secret, making it read that Mary shall take a chance at the diseases of the widow. How can any thinking person deny that John has thus committed an act of treason to Mary? I know that there are people who don't mind running such chances. That is one reason why there are venereal diseases. All I can say is that the sex code set forth in this book is based upon the idea that to deliver mankind from the venereal plague, we wish to confine the sex relationship within the narrowest limits consistent with health, happiness, and spiritual development. And that to this end we take the young and teach them chastity, and we marry them early while they are clean, and then we call upon them to make the utmost effort to make a success of that union, and to make it a matter of honor to keep marital faith. We do this with some hope of effectiveness, because we have made our program consistent with the requirements of nature, the genuine needs of love, both physical and spiritual. The second argument for monogamy is the economic one. We have dreamed a social order where every child will be guaranteed maintenance by the state, and where women will be free from dependence on men. What will be the love arrangements of men and women under this new order is another problem which we leave for them to decide. in the certainty that they will know more about it than we do. Meantime, we are for the present under the private property regime, and have to love and marry and raise our children accordingly. The children must have homes, and if they are to be normal children, they must have both the male and female influence in their lives, which means that their parents must be friends and partners, not quarreling in secret. This argument, I know, is one of expediency. I have adopted it after watching a great number of people try other than monogamous sex arrangements, and seeing their chances of happiness and success wrecked by the pressure of economic forces. To rebel against social compulsion may be heroism, and again it may be merely bad judgment. For my part, the world's greatest evil is poverty, the cause of crime, prostitution, and war. I concentrate my energies upon the abolishing of that evil, and I let other problems wait. The third reason is that monogamy is economical of human time and thought. The business of finding and wooing a mate takes a lot of energy, and adjustment after marriage takes more. To throw away the results of this labor and do it all over again is certainly not common sense. Of course, if you bake a cake and burn it, you have to get more material and make another try. But that is a different matter from baking a cake with the deliberate intention of throwing it away after a bite or two. The advocates of varietism in love will here declare that we are begging the question. We are assuming that love and the love chase are not worthy in themselves, but merely means to some other end. Can it be that love delights are the keenest and most intense that humans can experience, and that all other purposes of life are contributory to them? Certainly a great deal of art lends support to this idea, and many poets have backed up their words by their deeds. As Coleridge phrased it, "All thoughts, all passions, all delights, whatever stirs this mortal frame, all are but ministers of love, and feed his sacred flame." This is a question not to be played with. Experimenting in love is costly, and millions have wrecked their lives by it. The sex urge in us is imperious and cruel. It wants nothing less than the whole of us, body, mind, and spirit, and oftentimes it behaves like the genie in the bottle. It gets out, and not all the powers in the universe can get it back. I have talked with many men about sex, and have heard them say that it presents itself to them as an unmitigated torment, something they would give everything they own to be free of. And these, mind you, not men living in monasteries trying to repress their natural impulses, but men of the world who have lived freely, seeking pleasure and taking it as it came. The primrose path of dalliance did not lead them to peace, and the pursuit of variety in love brought them only monotony. I stop and think of one after another of these sex-ridden people, and I cannot think of one whom I would envy. I know one who in a frenzy of unhappiness seized a razor and castrated himself. I think of another, a certain classmate in college, whom I once stopped in a conversation, remarking, "Did you ever realize what a state you have got your mind into? Everything means sex to you. Every phrase you hear, every idea that is suggested, you try to make some sort of pun to connect it somehow or other with sex." The man thought and said, "Oh, I guess that's true." The idea had never occurred to him before. He had just gone on letting his instincts have their way with him, without ever putting his reason upon the matter. That was a crude kind of sex, but I think of another man, an idealist and champion of human liberty. One of the forms of liberty he maintained was the right to love as many women as he pleased, and although he was a married man, one hardly ever saw him that he was not courting some young girl. As a result, his mental powers declined, and he did little but talk about ideas. I do not know anyone today who respects him, except a few people who live the same sort of life. The thought of him brings to my mind a sentence of Nietzsche, a man who surely stood for freedom of personality. I pity the lovers who have nothing higher than their love. A question like this can be decided only by the experience of the race. Some will make love the end and aim of life, and others will make it the means to other ends, and we shall see which kind of people achieve the best results. Which kind are the most useful, the most dignified, the most original and vital? I have seen a great many young people try the experiment of free love, and I have seen some get enough of it and quit. I could name among these half a dozen of our younger novelists. I know others who are still in it, and I watch their lives and find them to be restless, jealous, egotistical, and idle. My defense of monogamy is based upon the fact that I have never known any happy or successful free lovers. Of course, I know some noble and sincere people who do not believe in the marriage contract and refuse to be bound by law. But these people are as monogamous as I am, even more tightly bound by honor than if they were duly married. It seems to be in the very nature of true and sincere love to imagine permanence, to desire it, and to pledge it. If you aren't that much in love, you aren't really in love at all, and you had better content yourself with strolling together and chatting together and dining together and playing music together. So many pleasant ways there are in which men and women can enjoy each other's company without entering upon the sacred intimacy of sex. You can learn to take sex lightly, of course, but if you do so, you reduce by so much the chances that true and deep love will ever come to you, for true and deep love requires some patience, some reverence, some tending at a shrine. The animals mate quickly and get it over with. But the great discoveries about love and the possibilities of the human soul in love have come because men and women have been willing to make sacrifices for it, to take it seriously, and more especially to take seriously the beloved person, the rights and needs and virtues of that person. From the lives of such, we learn that love is nature's device for taking us out of ourselves and making us truly social creatures. Early in my life as a writer, I undertook to answer Gertrude Atherton in her glorification of the sex corruptions of capitalist society. She indicted American literature for its bourgeois qualities, among these the fact that American authors had a prejudice in favor of living with their own wives. Mrs. Atherton set forth the joys of sex promiscuity as they are understood by European artists, and I ventured in replying to remark that one woman can be more to a man than a dozen can possibly be. That sounds like a paradox, but it is really a profound truth, and the person who does not understand it has missed the best there is in the sex relation. There is a limit to the things of the body, but to those of the mind and spirit there is no limit, and so there is no reason why true love should ever fall prey to boredom and satiety. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45. The problem of jealousy discusses the question to what extent one person may hold another to the pledge of love. Once upon a time I knew an anarchist shoemaker, the same who had sent me to jail for playing tennis on Sunday, as I have narrated in The Brass Check. I remember arguing with him concerning his ideas of sex, which were of the freest. I can hear the very tones of his voice as he put the great unanswerable question, "What are you going to do about the problem of jealousy?" and I had no response at hand, for jealousy is truly a most cruel and devastating and unlovely emotion. And yet, how can you escape it, if you are going to preserve monogamy? The anarchist shoemaker's solution was to break down all the prejudices against sexual promiscuity. Free and unlimited license was every person's right, and for any other person to interfere was enslavement. For any other person to criticize was superstition. But the power of superstition is strong in the world, and the shoemaker found men resentful of his teachings, and disposed to confiscate the rights of their wives and daughters. Hence the shoemaker's disapproval of jealousy. Other men, less purely physiological in their attitude to sex, have wrestled with this same problem of jealousy. H.G. Wells has a novel, In the Days of the Comet, in which he portrays two men, both nobly and truly in love with the same woman. One, in a passion of jealousy, is about to murder the other, when a great social transformation is magically brought about, and the would-be murderer wakes up to universal love, and the two men nobly and lovingly share the same woman. Shelley also dreamed this dream, inviting two women to share him. I have known others who tried it, but never permanently. I do not say that it never has succeeded, or that it never can succeed. In this book, I am renouncing the future. I am trying to give practical advice to people for the conduct of their lives here and now. And my advice on this point is that polygamous and polyandrous experiments in modern capitalist society cost more than they are worth. I once knew a certain high school teacher who believed religiously in every kind of freedom. When she married, she and her husband, an artist, made a vow against jealousy. But as it worked out, this vow meant that the wife had a steady job and took care of the husband, while he loafed and loved other women. When finally she grew tired of it, he accused her of being jealous. Also, she had brought it down to the matter of money. I know another woman, an anarchist, widely known as a lecturer on sex freedom. She laid down the general principle of unlimited personal freedom for all, and she tried to live up to her faith. She entered into a free union with a certain man, and when she discovered that he was making love to another woman in the presence of a friend of mine, she threw a vase of flowers at his head. You see, her general principles had clashed with another general principle, to the effect that a person who feels deep and strong love inevitably desires that love to endure, and cannot but suffer to see it preyed upon and destroyed. Let us first consider the question, just what are the true and proper implications of monogamous love? The Roman Catholic Church advocates monogamy and understands thereby that a man and woman pledge themselves till death do us part, and if either of them cancels this arrangement, it is adultery and mortal sin. I hope that none of my readers understands by monogamy any such system of spiritual strangulation. My own idea is rather what some churchman has sarcastically described by the term progressive polygamy. I believe that a man and woman should pledge their faith in love, and should keep that faith and endeavor with all their best energies to make a success of it. They should strive each to understand the other's needs and unselfishly to fulfill them within the limits of fair play. But if, after such an effort has been truly made, it becomes clear that the union does not mean health and happiness for one of the parties, that party has a right to withdraw from it, and for any government or church or other power to deny that right is both folly and cruelty. Now, on the basis of this definition of monogamy, or if you prefer, of progressive polygamy, we are in a position to say what we think about jealousy. If two people pledge their faith and one breaks it and the other complains, we do not call that jealousy, but just common decency. Neither do we call it jealousy if one expects the other to avoid the appearance of guilt. For love is a serious thing, not to be played with. And I think that a person who truly loves will do everything possible to make clear to the beloved that he is keeping and means to keep the plighted faith. You may say that I am using words arbitrarily, in endeavoring thus to distinguish between justifiable and unjustifiable jealousy, and calling the former by some other name. It does not make much difference about words, provided I make clear my meaning. I could point out a whole string of words which have good meanings and bad meanings, and cannot be discussed without preliminary explanations and distinctions. Religion, for example, and morality, and aristocracy, and justice, to name only a few. Most people's thinking about marriage and love has been made like a soup in a cheap restaurant, by dumping in all kinds of scraps and notions from such opposite poles of human thought as Christian monkery and Renaissance license, absurdly called romance. So before you can do any thinking about a problem like jealousy, you have to agree to use the word to mean something definite, whether good or bad. We shall take jealousy as a bad word, and use it to mean the setting up, by a man or woman, of some claim to the love of another person, which claim cannot be justified in the court of reason and fair play. This includes, in the first place, all claims based upon a courtship, not ratified by marriage. It is to the interest of society and the race that men and women should be free to investigate persons of the other sex and to experiment with the affections before pledges of marriage are made. If sensible customs of love and just laws of marriage were made, there would be no excuse for a woman's giving herself to a man before marriage. She should be taught not to do it. And then, if she does it, the risk is her own, and the disgusting perversion of venality and greed, known as the breach of promise suit, should be unknown in our law. The young should be taught that it is the other person's right to change his mind and withdraw at any time before marriage. Whatever pains and pangs this may cause must be borne in silence. The second kind of jealousy is that which seeks to keep in the marriage bond a person who is not happy in it, and has asked to be released. The law sanctions this kind of cowardly selfishness, which manifests itself every day on the front pages of our newspapers, a spectacle of monstrous and loathsome passions unleashed and even glorified. Husbands set the bloodhounds of the law after wives who have fled with some other man, and send the man to a cell, and drag the woman back to a loveless home. Wives engage private detectives, and trail their husbands to some love nest, and then ensue long public wrangles with a washing of filthy linen, and the matter is settled by a separation. The virtuous wife, who may have driven the man away by neglect or vanity or stupidity, is granted a share of his earnings for the balance of her life, and two more people are added to the millions who are denied sexual happiness under the law, and are thereby impelled to live as law violators. For this there is only one remedy conceivable. We have banned cannibalism and slavery and piracy and dueling, and we must ban one more ancient and cruel form of human oppression, the effort to hold people in the bonds of sex by any other power save that of love. I am aware that the reactionaries who read this book will take this sentence out of context and quote it to prove that I am a free lover. I shall be sorry to have that done, but even so, I was not willing to live in slavery myself, and I am not willing to advocate it for others. I am aware that there are degenerate and defective individuals, and that we have to make special provision for them, as I shall presently set forth. But the average normal human being must be free to decide what is love for him, and what is happiness for him. Every person in the world will have to deny himself the right to demand love where love is not freely given, and all lovers in the world will have to hold themselves ready to let the loved one go if and when the loved one demands it. I am aware that this is a hard saying and a hard duty, but it is one that life lays upon us, and one that there is no escaping. End of chapter 45. Chapters 46 and 47 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. The Problem of Divorce. Defends divorce as a protection to monogamous love, and one of the means of preventing infidelity and prostitution. You will hear sermons and read newspaper editorials about the divorce evil, and you will find that to the preacher or editor this evil consists of the fact that more and more people are refusing to stay unhappily married. It does not interest these moralizers if the statistics show that it is women who are getting most of the divorces, and that the meaning of the phenomenon is that women are refusing to continue living with drunken and dissolute men. To the clergy, the breaking of a marriage is an evil per se, and regardless of circumstances. They know this because God has told them so, and in the name of God, they seek to keep people tied in sex unions which have come to mean loathing instead of love. Now, I will assert it as a mathematical certainty that a considerable percentage of marriages must fail. It is essential to progress that human beings should grow, both mentally and spiritually, and manifestly they cannot all grow in the same way. If they grow differently, must they not sometimes lose the power to make each other happy in the marital bonds? Who does not know the man who masters life and becomes a vital force, while his wife remains dull and empty? If such a man changes wives, the world in general denounces him as a selfish beast. But the world does not know, nor does it care about, those thousands of men who, not caring to be branded as selfish beasts, fulfill the needs of their lives by keeping mistresses in secret. I knew a certain country school teacher, one of the most narrowly conventional young women imaginable, who was engaged to a middle-aged businessman. He went to New York on a business trip and stayed a couple of months, and wrote her that he had met some anarchists, and had discovered that all he had read about them in the newspapers was false, and that they were the true and pure idealists to whom the rest of his life must be devoted. The young lady was horrified. Nor was she any happier when she came to New York and met her fiancé's new friends. She ought, in common sense, to have broken the engagement, but she was in love, and she married, as many another fool woman does, with the idea of reforming the man. She failed, and was utterly and unspeakably wretched. I know another man, a conservative capitalist of narrow and aggressive temper, whose wife turned into an ardent Bolshevik. The man thinks that all Bolsheviks should be shut up in jail for life, while the wife is equally certain that all jails should be razed to the ground and all Bolsheviks placed in control of the government. These two people have got to a point where they cannot sit down to the breakfast table without flying into a quarrel. I know another case of a modern scientist, an agnostic, whose wife, a half-educated, sentimental woman, took to dabbling in mysticism and drove him wild by setting up an image of Buddha in their bedroom and consorting with swamis in long yellow robes. I know another whose wife turned into an ultra-pious Catholic and turned over the care of his domestic life to a priest. Is it not obvious that the only possible solution of such problems lies in divorce? Unless indeed we are all of us going to turn over the care of our domestic lives to the priests. Our grandfathers and grandmothers believed one thing, and believed the same thing when they were 70 as when they were 20. So it was possible for them to dwell in domestic security and permanence till death did them part. But we are learning to change our minds, and whether what we believe is better or worse than what our ancestors believed, at least it is different. Also, we are coming to take what we believe with more seriousness. The intellectual life means more and more to us, and it becomes harder and harder for us to find sexual and domestic happiness with a partner who does not share our convictions, but, on the contrary, may be contributing to the campaign funds of the opposition party. I do not mean by this that people should get a divorce as soon as they find they differ about some intellectual idea. On the contrary, I have advocated that they should do everything possible to understand and to tolerate each other. But it is a fact that intellectual convictions are the raw materials out of which characters and lives are made. And it is inevitable that some characters and lives that fit quite well at 20 should fit very badly at 30 or 40. When we refuse divorce under such circumstances, we are not fostering marriage, as we fondly imagine. We are really fostering adultery. It is a fact that not one person in 10 who is held by legal or social force in an unhappy sex union will refrain from seeking satisfaction outside. And because these outside satisfactions are disgraceful, and in some cases criminal, they seldom have any permanence. Therefore, it follows that strict divorce laws, such as the clerical propaganda urges upon us, are in reality laws for the promotion of fornication and prostitution. There's a short story by Edith Wharton, in which the divorce evil is exhibited to us in its naked horror. The story, called The Other Two, in the volume The Descent of Man. A society woman has been divorced twice and married 3 times, and by an ingenious set of circumstances, the woman and all 3 of the men are brought into the same drawing room at the same time. Just imagine, if you can, such an excruciating situation. A woman, her husband, and 2 men who used to be her husbands, all compelled to meet together and think of something to say. I cite this story because it is a perfect illustration of the extent to which the divorce problem is a problem of our lack of sense. Mrs. Wharton will, I fear, consider me a very vulgar person if I assert that there is absolutely no reason whatever why any of those 4 people in her story should have had a moment's discomfort of mind, except that they thought there was. There's absolutely nothing to prevent a man and woman who used to be married from meeting socially and being decent to each other, or to prevent 2 men from being decent to each other under such circumstances. I would not say that they should choose to be intimate friends, though even that may be possible occasionally. I know, because I have seen it happen. In Holland, I met a certain eminent novelist and poet, a great and lovable man. I visited his home, and met his wife and 2 little children, and saw a man and woman living in domestic happiness. The man had also 2 grown sons, and after a few days he remarked that he would like me to meet the mother of these young men. We went for a walk of a mile or so, and met a lady who lived in a small house by herself, and who received us with a friendly welcome, and talked with us for a couple of hours about music and books and art. This lady had been the writer's wife for 10 years or so, and there had been a terrible uproar when they voluntarily parted. But they had refused to pay attention to this uproar. They understood why they did not wish to remain husband and wife any longer, but they did not consider it necessary to quarrel about it, nor even to break off the friendship which their common interests made possible. The 2 women in the case were not intimate, I gathered, but they frequently met at the homes of others, and found no difficulty in being friendly. I suggest to Mrs. Wharton that this story is at least as interesting as the one she has told, but I fear she will not care to write it, because apparently she considers it necessary that people who are well bred and refined should be the helpless victims of destructive manias. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47. The restriction of divorce discusses the circumstances under which society has the right to forbid divorce or to impose limitations upon it. We have quoted the old maxim, "Marry in haste and repent at leisure," and we suggested that parents and guardians should have the right to ask the young to wait before marriage, and make certain of the state of their hearts. We have now the same advice to give concerning divorce, the same claim to enter on behalf of society, that it has and should assert the right to ask people to delay and think carefully before breaking up a marriage. What interest has society in the restriction of divorce? What affair is it of any other person if I choose to get a divorce and marry a new wife once a month? There are many reasons, not in any way based upon religious superstition or conventional prejudice. In the first place, there are or may be children, and society should try to preserve for every child a home with a father and a mother in it. Second, there are property rights, of which every marriage is a tangle, and the settlement of which the law should always oversee. Third, there is the question of venereal disease, which society has an unquestionable right to keep down, by every reasonable restriction upon sexual promiscuity. And finally, there is the respect which all men and women owe to love. It seems to me that society has the same right to protect love against extreme outrage as it has to forbid indecent exposure of the person on the street. There is in successful operation in Switzerland a wise and sane divorce law based upon common sense and not upon superstition. A couple wish to break their marriage, and they go before a judge, and in private session, as to a friendly adviser, they tell their troubles. He gives them advice about their disagreement, and sends them away for 3 months to think it over. At the end of 3 months, if they still desire a divorce, they meet with him again. If he still thinks there is a chance of reconciliation, he has the right to require them to wait another 3 months. But if at the end of this second period they are still convinced that the case is hopeless and that they should part, the judge is required to grant the divorce. You may note that this is exactly what I have suggested concerning young couples who become engaged. In both cases, the parties directly interested have the right to decide their own fate, but the rest of the world requires them to think carefully about it and to listen to counsel. Except for grave offenses, such as adultery, insanity, crime, or venereal disease, I do not think that anyone should receive a divorce in less than 6 months. Nor do I think that any personal right is contravened by the imposing of such a delay. Next, what are we going to say to the right, or the claim to the right on the part of a man or woman to be married once a year throughout a lifetime. In order to illustrate this problem, I will tell you about a certain man known to me. In his early life, he spent a couple of years in a lunatic asylum. He lays claim to extraordinary spiritual gifts and uses the language of the highest idealism known. He is a man of culture and good family, and thus exerts peculiar charm upon young women of refinement and sensitiveness. To my knowledge, he was 3 times married in 6 years, and each time he deserted the woman and forced her to divorce him and to take care of herself, and in one case of a child. In addition, he had begotten 1 child out of marriage and left the mother and child to starve. For 10 years or so I used to see him about once in 6 months, and invariably he had a new woman, a young girl of fine character, who had been ensnared by him and was in the agonizing process of discovering his moral and mental derangement. Yet there was absolutely nothing in the law to place restraint upon this man. He could wander from state to state, or to the other side of the world, preying upon lovely young girls wherever he went. This particular man happens to call himself a radical, but I could tell you of similar men in the highest social circles, or in the political world, the theatrical world, the sporting world. They are in every rank of life, and are just as definitely and certainly menaces to human welfare and progress as pirates on the high seas or highwaymen on the road. Nor are they confined to the males. The world is full of women who use their sex charms for predatory purposes, and some of them are far too clever for any law that you or I can contrive at present. But I think we might begin by refusing to let any man or woman have more than 2 divorces in one lifetime, in any state or part of the world. If any man or woman tries 3 times to find happiness in love and fails each time, we have a right to assume that the fault must lie with that person, and not with the 3 partners. I think we may go further yet. Having made wise laws of love and marriage, taking into consideration all human needs, we have a right to require that men and women shall obey the laws. At present, the great mass of the public has sympathy for the law breaker, just as, in old days, the peasants could not help admiring the outlaw who resisted unjust land laws and robbed the rich. Or, as today, under the capitalist regime, we cannot withhold our sympathy from political prisoners, even though they have committed acts of violence which we deplore. But when we have made sex laws that we know are just and sensible, then we shall consider that we have the right to restrain sex criminals. And in extreme cases, we shall avail ourselves of the skill of science to perform a surgical operation which will render him unable in future to prey upon the love needs of people who are placed at his mercy by their best qualities, their unselfishness and lack of suspicion. We clear out foul-smelling weeds from our garden because we wish to raise beautiful flowers and useful herbs therein. There lives in California a student of plant life who has shown us what we can do, not by magic or by superhuman efforts, but simply by loving plants, by watching them ceaselessly, understanding their ways, and guiding their sex life to our own purposes. We can perform what to our ignorant ancestors would have seemed to be miracles. We can actually make all sorts of new plants, which will continue to breed their own kind and survive forever if we give them proper care. In other words, Luther Burbank has shown us that we can change plant nature. There flash back upon my memory all those dull, weary, sick human creatures who have repeated to me that dull, weary, sick old formula, "You cannot change human nature." I do not think I am indulging either in religious superstition or in blind optimism, but am speaking precisely in saying that whenever human beings get ready to apply experimental science to themselves, they can change human nature just as they now change plant nature. By putting human bodies together in love, we make new bodies of children more beautiful than any who have yet romped on the earth. And in the same way, by putting minds and souls together, we can make new kinds of minds and souls, different from those we have previously known, and greater than either the man's soul or the woman's soul alone. Also, by the magic which is the law of mind and soul life, each new creation can be multiplied to infinity, and shared by all other minds and souls that live in the present or may live in the future. We have shown elsewhere how genius multiplies to infinity the joy and power of life by means of the arts, and one of the greatest of the arts is the art of love. Consider the great lovers, the true lovers of history, how they have enriched the lives of us all. It does not make any difference whether these men and women lived in the flesh or in the brain of a poet. We learn alike from Dante and Beatrice, from Abelard and Eloise, from Robert and Elizabeth Browning, from Tristan and Isolde, from Romeo and Juliet, what is the depth and the splendor of this passion which lies hidden within us, and how it may enrich and vivify and glorify all life. End of chapter 47. End of section 3. Part 4, The Book of Society, chapters 48 and 49 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 48, The Ego and the World, discusses the beginning of consciousness in the infant and in primitive man, and the problem of its adjustment to life. We have now to consider the relationship of man to his fellows, with whom he lives in social groups. Upon this problem floods of light have been thrown by the new science of psychoanalysis. I will try to give, briefly and in simple language, an idea of these discoveries. One of the laws of biology is that every individual, in his development, reproduces the history of the race, so that impulses and mental states of a child reveal to us what our far-off ancestors loved and feared. The same thing is discovered to be true of neurotics, people who have failed in adjusting themselves to civilized life, and have gone back, in some or all of their mental traits, to infantile states. If we analyze the unconscious minds of nervous patients, and compare them with what we find in the minds of infants and in savages, we discover the same dreams, the same longings, and the same fears. The mental life of man begins in the womb. We cannot observe that life directly, but we know that it is there, because there cannot be organic life without mind to direct it. And just as there is an unconscious mind that regulates the bodily process in adults, so in the embryo there must be an unconscious mind to direct the flow of blood, the building of bones, muscle, eyes, and brain. The mental life of that unborn creature is of course purely egotistical. It knows nothing outside itself, and it finds this universe an agreeable place, everything being supplied to it promptly and perfectly, without effort of its own. But suddenly it gets its first shock. Pain begins, and severe discomfort, and the creature is shoved out into a cold world, yelling in protest against the unsought change. And from that moment on, the newborn infant labors to adjust itself to an entirely new set of conditions. Discomforts trouble it, and it cries. Quickly it learns that these cries are answered, and satisfaction of its needs is furnished. Somehow, magically, things appear, warm and dry covering, a trickle of delicious hot milk into its mouth. At first, the infant mind has no idea how all this happens, but gradually it comes to realize objects outside itself, and it forms the idea that these objects exist to serve its wants. Later on, it learns that there are particular sounds which attach to particular objects and cause them to function. The sound "mama," for example, produces a goddess clothed in beauty and power performing miracles. So the infant mind arrives at the period of magic gestures and the period of magic words, corresponding to a certain type of myth and belief which we find in every race and tribe of human being that now exists or ever has existed on earth. All these stories about magic wishes and magic rings and magic spells of 1,000 sorts, and nowhere on earth a child which does not listen greedily to such fancies. The reason is simply that the child has passed through this stage of mental life, and so recently that the feelings are close to the surface of his consciousness. But gradually the infant makes the painful discovery that not everything in existence can be got to serve him. There are forces which are proof against his magic spells. There are some which are hostile, and these the infant learns to regard with hatred and fear. Sometimes hatred and fear are strangely mixed with admiration and love. For example, there is a powerful being known as Father, who is sometimes good and useful, but at other times takes the attention of the supremely useful Mother, the source of food and warmth and life. So Father is hated, and in fancy he is wished out of the way, which to the infant is the same thing as killing. Out of this grows a whole universe of fascinating mental life, which Freud calls by the name the Oedipus complex, after the legend of the Greek hero who murdered his father and committed incest with his mother, and then, when he discovered what he had done, put out his own eyes. There is a mass of legends, old as human thought, repeating this story. We cannot be sure whether they have grown out of the greeds and jealousies of this early wish life of the infant, or whether they had their base in the fact that there was a stage in human progress in which the father really was killed off by the sons. This latter idea is discussed by Freud in his book, Totem and Taboo. It appears that primitive man lived in hordes, which were dominated by one old male, who kept all the women to himself, and either killed the young males or drove them out to shift for themselves. So the young men would combine and murder their father. The forming of human society, of marriage and family, depended upon one factor, the decision of the young victors to live and let live. The only way they could do this was to agree not to quarrel over the women of their own group, but to seek other women from other groups. This may account for what is known as exogamy, an almost universal marriage custom of primitive man, whereby a man named Jones is barred by frightful taboos from the women named Jones, but is permitted relations with all the women named Smith. To return to our infant, he is in the midst of a painful process of adjusting himself to the outside world, discovering that sometimes all his magic words and gestures fail. His wishes no longer come true. There are beings outside him with wills of their own and power to enforce them. He has to learn to get along with these beings and give up his pleasures to theirs. These processes, which go on in the infant's soul, the hopes and the terrors, the griefs and the angers, are of the profoundest significance for later adult life. For nothing gets out of the mind that has once got into it. The infantile cravings which are repressed and forgotten stay in the unconscious, and work there, and strive still for expression. The conscious mind will not tolerate them, but they escape in the form of fairy tales and stories, of dreams and delusions, slips of the tongue, and many other mental events which it is fascinating to examine. Also, if we are weakened by ill health or nervous strain, these infantile wishes may take the form of neuroses, and fully grown people may take to stammering, or become impotent, or hysterical, or even insane, because of failures of adjustment to life that happened when they were a year or two old. These things are known, not merely as a matter of theory, but because as soon as by analysis these infant secrets are brought into consciousness and adjusted there, the trouble instantly ceases. So it appears that the whole process of human life, from the very hour of birth, consists of the correct adjustment of men and women in relation to their fellows. Not merely is man a social being, but all the pre-human ancestors of men, for ages upon geologic ages, have been social beings. They have lived in groups, and their survival has depended upon their success in fitting themselves snugly into group relationships. Failure to make correct adjustments means punishment by the group, or by enemies outside the group, if the failure is serious enough. It means death. We may assert that the task of understanding one's fellow men and making oneself understood by them is the most important task that confronts every individual. And if we look about the world at present, the most superficial of us cannot fail to realize that the task is far from being correctly performed. So many people unhappy, so many striving for what they cannot get, so many having to be locked behind bars like savage beasts because they demand something which the world is resolved not to let them have. So many having to be killed by rifles and machine guns, by high explosive shells and poison gas, because they misunderstood the social facts about them, and thought they could fulfill some wishes which the rest of mankind wanted them to repress. As I read the psychoanalyst's picture of the newly born infant with its primitive ego, its magic cries and magic gestures, I cannot be sure how much of it is sober science and how much is mordant irony. A sketch of the mental states of the men and women I see about me, whole classes of men and women, yes, even whole nations. The effort of the following chapters will be to interpret to men and women the world which they have made, and to which they are trying to adjust themselves. More especially, we shall try to show how, by better adjustments, men may change both themselves and the world, and make both into something less cruel and less painful, more serene and more certain and more free. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49. Competition and cooperation. Discusses the relation of the adult to society, and the part which selfishness and unselfishness play in the development of social life. Pondering the subject of this chapter, I went for a stroll in the country, and, seating myself in a lonely place, became lost in thought, when suddenly my eye was caught by something moving. On the bare, hot, gray sand lay a creature that I could see when it moved and could not see when it was still, for it was exactly the color of the ground, and it fitted the ground tightly, being flat, and having its edges scalloped so that they mingled with the dust. It was a lizard, covered with heavy scales and with sharp horns to make it unattractive eating. At the slightest motion from me, it vanished into a heap of stones, so quickly that my eye could scarcely follow it. This creature you perceive is in its actions and its very form an expression of terror, terror of devouring enemies, of jackals that pounce and hawks that swoop, and also of the hot desert air that seeks to dry out its few precious drops of moisture. Practically all the energies of this creature are concentrated upon the securing of its own individual survival. To be sure, it will mate, but the process will be quick, and the eggs will be left for the sun to hatch out, and the baby lizards will shift for themselves. That is to say, they will be incarnations of terror from the moment they open their eyes to the light. The jackal seeks to pounce upon the lizard, and so inspires terror in the lizard. But when you watch the jackal, you find that it exhibits terror toward more powerful foes. You find that the hawk, which swoops upon the lizard, is equally quick to swoop away when it comes upon a man with a gun. This preying and being preyed upon, this mixture of cruelty and terror, is a conspicuous fact of nature. If you go into any orthodox school or college in America today, you will be taught that it is nature's most fundamental law and governs all living things. If you should take a course in political economy under a respectable professor, you would find him explaining that such cruelty terror applies equally in human affairs. It is the basis of all economic science, and the effort to escape from it is like the effort to lift yourself by your bootstraps. The professor calls this cruelty terror by the name competition, and he creates for his own purposes an abstract being whom he names the economic man, a creature who acts according to this law and exists under these conditions. One of the professor's formulas is the so-called Malthusian law, that population presses always upon the limits of subsistence. Another is the law of diminishing returns of agriculture, that you can get only so much product out of a certain piece of land, no matter how much labor and capital you put into it. Another is Ricardo's iron law of wages, that wages cannot rise above the cost of living. Another is embedded in the formula of Adam Smith, that competition is the life of trade. The professor enunciates these laws, coldly and impersonally, as becomes a scientist, but if you go into the world of business, you find them set forth cynically in scores of maxims and witticisms. Dog eat dog, the devil take the hindmost, business is business, do others or they will do you. Evidently, however, there is something in man which rebels against these natural laws. In our present society, man has set aside 6 days in the week in which to live under them, and 1 day in the week in which to preach an entirely different and contradictory code, that of Christian ethics, which bids you love your neighbor and do unto others as you would they should do unto you. Between these Sunday teachings and the weekday teachings there is eternal conflict, and one who takes pleasure in ridiculing his fellow men can find endless opportunity here. The Sunday preachers are forbidden to interfere with the affairs of the other 6 days. That is called dragging politics into the pulpit. On the other hand, incredible as it may seem, there are professors of the weekday doctrine who call themselves Christians, and believe in the Sunday doctrine too. They manage this by putting the Sunday doctrine off into a future world. That is, we are to pounce upon one another and devour one another under the iron laws of economics so long as we live on earth. But in the next world we shall play on golden harps and have nothing to do but love one another. If anybody is so foolish as to apply the Sermon on the Mount to present-day affairs, we regard him as a harmless crank. If he persists and sets out to teach others, we call him a communist or a pacifist, and put him in jail for 10 or 20 years. In the Book of the Mind, I have referred to Kropotkin's Mutual Aid as a Factor in Evolution, which I regard as one of the epoch-making books of our time. Kropotkin clearly proves that competition is not the only law of nature. It is everywhere modified by cooperation, and in the great majority of cases cooperation plays a larger part in the relations of living creatures than competition. There is no creature in existence which is entirely selfish. In the nature of the case, such a creature could not exist, save in the imaginations of teachers of special privilege. If a species is to survive, some portion of the energies of the individual must go into reproduction. And steadily, as life advances, we find the amount of this sacrifice increasing. The higher the type of the creature, the longer is the period of infancy, and the greater the sacrifice of the parent for the young. Likewise, most creatures make the discovery that by staying together in herds or groups and learning to cooperate instead of competing among themselves, they increase their chances of survival. You find birds that live in flocks, and other birds like hawks and owls and eagles that are solitary. And you find the cooperating birds 1,000 times as numerous, that is to say, 1,000 times as successful in the struggle for survival. You find that all man's brain power has been a social product. The supremacy he has won over nature has depended upon one thing and one alone: the fact that he has managed to become different from the economic man, that product of the imagination of the defenders of privilege. It is evident that both competition and cooperation are necessary to every individual, and the health of the individual and of the race lies in the proper combination of the two. If a creature were wholly unselfish, if it made no effort to look after its own individual welfare, it would be exterminated before it had a chance to reproduce. If, on the other hand, it cannot learn to cooperate, its progeny stand less chance of survival against creatures which have learned this important lesson. We have a nation of 110 million people who have learned to cooperate to a certain limited extent. Some of us realize how vastly the happiness of these millions might be increased by a further extension of cooperation. But we find ourselves opposed by the professors of privilege, and we wish that these gentlemen would go out and join the lizards of the desert sands or the sharks of the sea, creatures which really practice the system of laissez-faire which the professors teach. The plain truth is that we cannot make a formula out of either competition or cooperation. We cannot settle any problem of economics, of business or legislation by proclaiming, for example, that competition is the life of trade. Competition may just as well turn out to be the death of trade. It depends entirely upon the kind of competition and the stage of trade development to which it is applied. In the early 18th century, when that formula of Adam Smith was written, competition was observed to keep down prices and provide stimulus to enterprise, and so to further abundant production. But the time came when the machinery for producing goods was in excess, not merely of the needs of the country, but of the available foreign markets, and then suddenly the large-scale manufacturers made the discovery that competition was the death of trade to them. They proceeded, as a matter of practical common sense, and without consulting their college professors, to abolish competition by forming trusts. We passed laws forbidding them to do this, but they simply refused to obey the laws. In the United States, they have made good their refusal for 35 years, and in the end have secured the blessing of the Supreme Court upon their course. So now we have cooperation in large-scale production and marketing. It is known by various names: pools, syndicates, price fixing, gentlemen's agreements. It is a blessing for those who cooperate, but it proves to be the death of those who labor, and also of those who consume. And we see these also compelled to combine, forming labor unions and consumer societies. Each side to the quarrel insists that the other side is committing a crime in refusing to compete, and our whole social life is rent with dissensions over this issue. Manifestly, we need to clear our minds of dead doctrines, to think out clearly just what we mean by competition, and what by cooperation, and what is the proper balance between the two. I have been at pains in this book to provide a basis for the deciding of such questions. It is a practical problem, the fostering of human life and the furthering of its development. We cannot lay down any fixed rule. We have to study the facts of each case separately. We shall say, this kind of competition is right, because it helps to protect human life and develop its powers. We shall say, this other kind of competition is wrong, because it has the opposite effect. We shall say, perhaps, that some kind was right 50 years ago, or even 10 years ago, because it then had certain effects, but meantime some factor has changed, and it is now having a different effect, and therefore ought to be abolished. There has never been any kind of human competition which men did not judge and modify in that way. There is no field of human activity in which ethical codes do not condemn certain practices as unfair. The average Englishman considers it proper that two men who get into a dispute shall pull off their coats and settle the question at issue by pummeling each other's noses. But let one of these men strike his opponent in the groin, or let him kick his shins, and instantly there will be a howl of execration. Likewise, an Anglo-Saxon man who fights with his fists has a loathing for a Sicilian or Greek or other Mediterranean man who will pull a knife. That kind of competition is barred among our breeds, and also the kind which consists of using poisons or of starting slanders against your opponent. If you look back through history, you find many forms of competition which were once eminently respectable, but now have been outlawed. There was a time, for example, when the distinction we draw between piracy and sea war was wholly unknown. The ships of the Vikings would go out and raid the ships and seaports of other peoples, and carry off booty and captives, and the men who did that were sung as heroes of the nation. The British sea captains of the time of Queen Elizabeth, Drake, Frobisher, and the rest of them, are portrayed in our school books as valiant and hardy men, and the British colonies were built on the basis of their activities. Yet, according to the sea laws enforced today, they were pirates. We regard a cannibal race with abhorrence, yet there was a time when all vigorous races of men were cannibals, and the habit of eating your enemies in battle may well have given an advantage to the races which practiced it. On the other hand, you find sentimental people who reject all competition on principle, and would like to abolish every trace of it from society, and especially from education. But stop and consider for a moment what that would mean. Would you abolish, for example, the competition of love, the right of a man to win the girl he wants? You could not do it, of course, but if you could, you would abolish one of the principal methods by which our race has been improved. Of course, what you really want is not to abolish competition in love, but to raise it to a higher form. There is an old saying, "All's fair in love and war," but no one ever meant that. You would not admit that a man might compete in love by threatening to kill the girl if she preferred a rival. You would not admit that he might compete by poisoning the other man. You would not admit that he might compete by telling falsehoods about the other man. On the other hand, if you are sensible, you admit that he has a right to compete by making his character known to the girl, and if the other man is a rascal, by telling the girl that. Would you abolish the competition of art, the effort of men to produce work more beautiful and inspiring than has ever been known before? Would you abolish the effort of scientists to overthrow theories which have hitherto been accepted? Obviously not. You make these forms of competition seem better by calling them emulation, but you do not in the least modify the fact that they involve the right of one person to outdo other persons, to supplant them and take away something from them, whether it be property, or position, or love, or fame, or power. In that sense, competition is indeed the law of life, and you might as well reconcile yourself to it and learn to play your part with spirit and good humor. Also, you might as well train your children to it. You will find you cannot develop their powers to the fullest without competition. In fact, you will be forced to go back and utilize forms of competition which are now out of date among adults. I have told in the Book of the Body how I myself tried for 10 years or more to live without physical competition, and discovered that I could not. I have had to take up some form of sport, and hundreds of thousands of other men have had the same experience. What is sport? It is a deliberate going back, under carefully devised rules, to the savage struggles of our ancestors. The very essence of real sport is that the contestants shall, within the rules laid down, compete with each other to the limit of their powers. With what contempt would a player of tennis or baseball or whist regard the proposition that his opponent should be merciful to him and let him win now and then? Obviously, these things have no place in the game, and to be a good sport is to conform to the rules, and take with enjoyment whatever issue of the struggle may come. But then again, suppose you are competing with a child. Obviously, the conditions are different. You no longer play the best you can. You let the child win a part of the time, but you do not let the child know this, or it would spoil the fun for the child. You pretend to try as hard as you know how, and you cry out in grief when you are beaten, and the child crows with delight. And yet, that does not keep you from loving the child, or the child from loving you. The purpose of this elaborate exposition is to make clear the very vital point that a certain set of social acts may be right under some conditions, and desperately wrong under other conditions. They may be right in play, and not in serious things. They may be right in youth, and not in maturity. They may be right at one period of the world's development, while at another period they are destructive of social existence. If, therefore, we wish to know what are right and wrong actions in the affairs of men, if we wish to judge any particular law or political platform or program of business readjustment, the first thing we have to do is to acquire a mass of facts concerning the society to which the law or platform or program is to be applied. We need to ask ourselves exactly what will be the effect of that change, applied in that particular way at that particular time. In order to decide accurately, we need to know the previous stages through which that society has passed, the forces which have been operating in it, and the ways in which they have worked. But also, we must realize that the lessons of history cannot ever be accepted blindly. The principles of the founders apply to us only in modified form. For the world in which we live today is different from any world which has ever been before, and the world tomorrow will be different yet. We are the makers of it and the masters of it, and what it will be depends to some extent upon our choice. In fact, that is the most important lesson for all of us to learn. The final purpose of all our thought about the world is to enable us to make it a happier and a better world for ourselves and for our posterity to live in. End of chapter 49. Chapters 50, 51, and 52 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 50, Aristocracy and Democracy, discusses the idea of superior classes and races, and whether there is a natural basis for such a doctrine. In the letters of Thomas Jefferson is found the following passage: "All eyes are open or opening to the rights of man. The general spread of the light of science has already laid open to every view the palpable truth that the mass of mankind has not been born with saddles on their backs, nor a favor few, booted and spurred, ready to ride them legitimately by the grace of God." This, which Jefferson, over 100 years ago, described as a palpable truth, is still a long way from prevailing in the world. We are trying in this book not to take anything for granted, so we do not assume this truth, but investigate it, and we begin by admitting that there are many facts which seem to contradict it, and which make it more difficult of proof than Jefferson realized. It is not enough to point out the lack of saddles on the backs and of boots and spurs on the feet of newly born infants, for the fact is that men are not exploited because of saddles, nor is the exploiting accomplished by means of boots and spurs. It is done by means of gold and steel, banks and credit system, railroads, machine guns and battleships. And while it is not true that certain races and classes are born with these things on them, they are born to the possession of them, and the vast majority of mankind are without them all their lives, and without the ability to use them, even if they had them. The doctrine that all men are created equal, or that they ought to be equal, we shall describe for convenience as the democratic doctrine. It first came to general attention through Christianity, which proclaimed the brotherhood of all mankind in a common fatherhood of God. But even as taught by the Christians, the doctrine had startling limitations. It was several centuries before church councils summoned the courage to decide that women were human beings and had souls. And today many devout Christians are still uncertain whether Japanese and Chinese and Filipinos and Negroes are human beings and have souls. I have heard old gentlemen in the South gravely maintain that the Negro is not a human being at all, but a different species of animal. I have heard learned men in the South set forth that the sutures in the Negro skull close at some very early age, and thus make moral responsibility impossible for the black race. And you will find the same ideas maintained not merely as to differences of race and color, but as to differences of economic condition. You will find the average aristocratic Englishman quite convinced that the lower orders are permanently inferior to himself, and this though they are of the same Anglo-Saxon stock. For convenience, I will refer to the doctrine that there is some natural and irremovable inferiority of certain races or classes as the aristocratic doctrine. I will probably startle some of my readers by making the admission that if there is any such natural or irremovable inferiority, then a belief in political or economic equality is a blunder. If there are certain classes or races which cannot think, or cannot learn to think as well as other classes and races, those mentally inferior classes and races will obey, and they will be made to obey. And neither you nor I, nor all the preachers and agitators in the world will ever be able to arrange it otherwise. Suppose we could do it. We should be committing a crime against life. We should be holding down the race and aborting its best development. Is there any such natural and irremovable inferiority in human beings? When we come to study the question, we find it complicated by a different phenomenon, that of racial immaturity, which we have to face frankly and get clear in our minds. One of the most obvious facts of nature is that of infancy and childhood. We have just pointed out that if you are competing with a child, you do it in an entirely different way and under an entirely different set of rules, and if you fail to do this, you are unfair and even cruel to the child. And it is a fact of our world that there are some races more backward in the scale of development than other races. You may not like this fact, but it is silly to try to evade it. People who live in savage huts and beat on tom-toms and fight with bows and arrows and cannot count beyond a dozen, such people are not the mental or moral equals of our highly civilized races, and to treat them as equals and compete with them on that basis means simply to exterminate them. And we should either exterminate them at once and be done with it, or else make up our minds that they are in a childhood stage of our race, and that we have to guide them and teach them as we do our children. There is no more useful person than the wise and kind teacher. But suppose we saw someone pretending to be a teacher to our children, while in reality enslaving and exploiting them, or secretly robbing and corrupting them. What would we say about that kind of teacher? The name of that teacher is capitalist commercialism, and his profession is known as the white man's burden. His abuse of power is the cause of our present racial wars and revolts of subject peoples. A fair-minded man, desirous of facing all the facts of life, hardly knows what stand to take in such a controversy. That is, hardly knows from which cause the colored races suffer more, the white man's exploitation or their own native immaturity. To say that certain races are in a childhood stage and need instruction and discipline is an entirely different thing from saying that they are permanently inferior and incapable of self-government. Whether they are permanently inferior is a problem for the man of science, to be determined by psychological tests, continued possibly over more than one generation. We have not as yet made a beginning. In fact, we have not even acquired the scientific impartiality necessary to such an inquiry. In the meantime, all that we can do is to look about us and pick up hints where we can. In places like Massachusetts, where Negroes are allowed to go to college and are given a chance to show what they can do, they have not ousted the white man, but many of them have certainly won his respect, and one finds charming and cultured men among them who show no signs of prematurely closed-up skulls. And one after another we see the races which have been held down as being inferior developing leadership and organization and power of moral resistance. The Irish are showing themselves today one of the most vigorous and high-spirited of all races. The Hindus are developing a movement which, in the long run, may prove more powerful than the white man's gold and steel. The Egyptians, the Persians, the Filipinos, the Koreans are all devising ways to break the power of capitalist newspaper censorship. How sad that the subject races of the world have to get their education through hatred of their teachers instead of through love. Of course, these rebel leaders are men who have absorbed the white man's culture, at least in part. Practically always, they are of the younger generation, which has been to the white man's schools. But this is the very answer we have been seeking, as to whether the race is permanently inferior, or merely immature and in need of training. It is not only among the brown and black and yellow races that progress depends upon the young generations. That is a universal fact of life. In the course of this argument, we shall assume that the Christian or democratic theory has the weight of probability on its side, and that nature has not created any permanently and necessarily inferior race or class. We shall assume that the heritage of culture is a common heritage, open to all our species. We shall not go so far as the statement which Jefferson wrote into the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created free and equal, but we shall assert that they are created with certain inalienable rights, and that among these is the right to maintain their lives and to strive for liberty and happiness. Also, we shall say that there will never be peace or order in the world until they have found liberty and recognition of their right to happiness. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51. Ruling Classes. Deals with authority in human society, how it is obtained, and what sanction it can claim. It is possible to conceive an order of nature in which all individuals were born and developed exactly alike and with exactly equal powers. Such is apparently the case with lower animals, for example the ants and bees. But among human beings there are great differences. Some are born idiots, and some are born geniuses. Even supposing that we are able to do away with blindness and idiocy, it is not likely that we can ever make a race of uniform genius. There will always be some more capable minds who will discover new powers of life, and will compel the others to learn from them. It is to the interest of the race that this learning should be done as quickly as possible. In other words, the great problem of society is how to recognize superior minds and put them in authority. We look back over history and discover a few wise men and many rulers, but very, very rarely does it happen that the ruler is a wise man, or a friend of wise men. Far more often we find the ruler occupied in suppressing the wise man and his wisdom. There was a ruler who allowed the mob to crucify Jesus, and another who ordered Socrates to drink the hemlock, and another who tortured Galileo, and another who chopped off the head of Sir Walter Raleigh, and so on through a long and tragic chronicle. And even when the accident of a wise ruler occurs, he is apt to be surrounded by a class of parasites and corrupt officials who are busy to thwart his will. The general run of history is this: some group seizes power by force and holds it by the same means, and seeks to augment and perpetuate it. Those who win the power are frequently men of energy and practical sense, and do fairly well as governors. But they are never able to hand on their virtues, and their line becomes corrupted by sensuality and self-indulgence, and the subject classes are plundered and driven to revolt. Often the revolt fails, but in the course of time it succeeds, and there is a new dynasty or a new ruling class, sometimes a little better than the old, sometimes worse. How shall one judge whether the new regime is better or worse? Obviously, this is a most important question. It has to do not merely with history, but with our daily affairs, our voting, As one who has read some tens of thousands of pages of history, and has pondered its lessons with heart sickness and despair, I lay down this general law by which revolts and changes of power may be judged. If the change results in the holding of power by a smaller number of people, it is a reaction. But if the change results in distributing the power among a larger group of the community, then that community has made a step in advance. I have seen a sketch of the history of some Central American country, Guatemala, I think, which showed 130 revolutions in less than 100 years. Some rascal gets together a gang and seizes the government and plunders its revenue. When he has plundered too much, some other rascal stirs up the people and gets together another gang. Such revolutions we regard as subjects for comic opera, and for the Richard Harding Davis type of fiction, but we do not consider them as having any relationship to progress. We describe them as palace revolutions. But compare with this the various English revolutions. We write learned histories about them and describe England as the mother of parliaments. The reason for this is that when there was political discontent in England, the protesting persons proceeded to organize themselves and to understand their trouble and to remedy it. They had the brain power to do this. They maintained their right to do it, and when by violence or threats of violence they forced the ruling class to give way, they brought about a wider extension of liberty, a wider distribution of power. Tennyson has pictured England as a state where freedom slowly broadens down from precedent to precedent. We today, reading its history, are inclined to put a sarcastic emphasis on the word slowly. But Tennyson would answer that it is better for a community to move forward slowly than to move forward rapidly and then move backward nearly as far. We have pointed out several times the important fact of biology, that change does not necessarily mean progress from any rational or moral point of view. Degeneration is just as real a fact as progress. And it does not at all follow that because things change, they are changing for the better. It is worthwhile to repeat this in discussing human society, for it is just as true of governments and morals as of living species. A nation may pile up wealth and multiply 100-fold the machinery of wealth production, and only be increasing luxury and wantonness and graft. A nation may change its governmental forms, its laws and social conventions, and boast noisily of these changes in the name of progress, while, as a matter of fact, it is following swiftly the road to ruin, which all the empires of history have traced. So far as I can discover, there is one test and only one by which you can judge, and that is the test already indicated. Is the actual effective power of the state wielded by a larger or a smaller percentage of the population than before the change took place? You will note the words actual effective power. Nothing is more familiar in human life than for forms to survive after the spirit which created them is dead. And nothing is more familiar than the use of these forms as masks to deceive the populace. There have been many times in history when people have gone on voting long after their votes ceased to count for anything. There have been many times when people have gone through the motions of freedom long after they have been slaves. Mexico, under Diaz, had one of the most perfect of constitutions, and was in reality one of the most perfect of despotisms. And we Americans are sadly familiar with political democracies which do not work. Shall we, therefore, join the pessimists and say that history is a blind struggle for useless power, and that the notion of progress is a delusion? I do not think so. On the contrary, I think it is easily to be demonstrated that there has been a steady increase in the amount of knowledge possessed by the race, and in the spread of this knowledge among the whole population. I think that through most of the period of written history we can trace a real development in human society. I think we can analyze the laws of this development and explain its methods. And I think this knowledge is precious to us because it enables us to accelerate the process and to make the end more certain. This task, the analysis of social evolution, is the task we have next to undertake. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52. The process of social evolution discusses the series of changes through which human society has passed. We have now to consider briefly the history of man as a social being, the groups he has formed, and the changes in his group systems. Everything in life grows, and human societies are no exception to the rule. They have undergone a long process of evolution, which we can trace in detail, and which we find conforms exactly to the law laid down by Herbert Spencer, a process whereby a number of single and similar things become different parts of one complex thing. In the case of human societies, the units are men and women, and social evolution is a process whereby a small and simple group, in which the individuals are practically alike, grows into a large and complex group in which the individuals are widely different, and their relations one to another are complicated and subtle. There are two powerful forces pressing upon human beings and compelling them to struggle and grow. The first of these forces is fear, the need of protection against enemies. The second is hunger, the need of food, and the means of producing and storing food. The first causes the individual to combine with his fellows and establish some form of government, and this is the origin of political evolution. The second causes him to accumulate wealth and to combine industrially, and this is the origin of economic evolution. Because the first force is a little more urgent, we observe in the history of human society that evolution in government precedes evolution in industry. I made the statement some 20 years ago in an article in Collier's Weekly. I wrote to the effect that man's first care was to secure himself against his enemies, and that when he had done this, he set out to secure his food supply. Collier's called upon the late Professor Sumner of Yale University, a prize reactionary and Tory of the old school, to answer me. And Professor Sumner made merry over my statement, declaring that man sought for food long before he was safe from his enemies. Some years later, when Sumner died, one of his admirers wrote in the New York Evening Post that he had completely overwhelmed me, and I had acknowledged my defeat by failing to reply. Something which struck me as very funny. It was, of course, possible that Sumner had overwhelmed me, but to say that I had considered myself overwhelmed was to attribute to me a degree of modesty of which I was wholly incapable. As a matter of fact, I had had my usual experience with capitalist magazines. Collier's Weekly had promised to publish my rejoinder to Sumner, but failed to keep the promise. And finally, when I worried them, they tucked the answer away in the back part of the paper, among the advertisements of cigars and toilet soaps. Professor Sumner is gone, but he has left behind him an army of pupils, and I will protect myself against them by phrasing my statement with extreme care. I do not mean to say that man first secures himself completely against his enemies, and then goes out to hunt for a meal. Of course he has to eat while he is countering the moves of his enemies. He has to eat while he is on the march to battle, or in flight from it. But ask yourself this question: which would you choose if you had to choose? To go a couple of days with nothing to eat, or to have your throat cut by bandits and your wife and children carried away into slavery. Certainly you would do your fighting first, and meantime you would scratch together any food you could. While you were devoting your energies to putting down civil war, or to making a treaty with other tribes, or to preparing for a military campaign, you would continue to get food in the way your ancestors had got it. In other words, your economic evolution would wait, while your political evolution proceeded. But when you had succeeded in putting down your enemies, and had a long period of peace before you, then you would plant some fields, and domesticate some animals, or perhaps discover some new way of weaving cloth, and so your industrial life would make progress. It is easy to see why Professor Sumner wished to confuse this issue. He could not deny political evolution, because it had happened. He despised and feared political democracy, but it was here. And he had to speak politely to it as to a tiger that had got into the house. But industrial democracy was a thing that had not yet happened in the world. It was only a hope and a prophecy, and therefore a prize old Tory was free to ridicule it. I remember reading somewhere his statement, "The notion that democracy had anything to do with industry, or could in any way be applied to industry, was a piece of silliness." So of course he sought to demolish my idea that there was a process of evolution in economic affairs, paralleling the process of political evolution which had already culminated in democracy. Let us consider the process of political evolution briefly and in its broad outlines. Take any savage tribe. You find it composed of individuals who are very much alike. Some are a little stronger than others, a little more clever, more powerful in battle, but the difference is slight. And when the tribe chooses someone to lead them, they might as well choose one man as another. They all have a say in the tribe councils, both men and women. Their rights in the tribe are the same. They are, of course, slaves to ignorance, to degrading superstition and absurd taboos. But these things apply to everyone alike. There is no privileged caste, no hereditary inequality. But little by little, as the tribe grows in numbers and in power and intelligence, as it comes to capture slaves in battle and to unite with other tribes, there comes to be an hereditary chieftain and a group of his leading supporters, his courtiers and henchmen. When the society has evolved into the stage which we call barbarism, there is a permanent superior caste. There are hereditary priests, who have in their keeping the favor of the gods, and there is a subject population of slaves. The society moves on into the feudal stage, in which the various grades and classes are precisely marked off, each with its different functions, its different privileges and rights and duties. The feudal principalities and duchies war and struggle among themselves. They are united by marriage or by conquest, and presently some stronger ruler brings a great territory under his power, and we have what is called a kingdom. A society still larger, still more complex in its organization, and still more rigid in its class distinctions. Take France under the ancient regime, and compare a courtier or noble gentleman with a serf. They are not only different before the law, they are different in the language they use, in the clothes they wear, in the ideas they hold. They are different even in their bodies, so that the gentleman regards the serf as an inferior species of creature. The kings warred among themselves, and emperors arose. The ultimate ideal in Europe was a political society which should include the whole continent, and this idea was several times almost attained. But it is the rule of history that wherever a society is built upon the basis of privilege and enslavement, the ruling classes prove morally and intellectually unequal to the burden put upon them. They become corrupted, and their rule becomes intolerable. This happened in Europe. And there came political revolutions, first in England, which accomplished it by gradual stages, and then in the French monarchy, and quite recently in a dozen monarchies and empires, large and small. What precisely is this political revolution? Let us consider the case of France, where the change was sudden and the issues precisely drawn. King Louis XIV had said, "I am the state." To a person of our time, that might seem like boasting, but it was merely an assertion of the existing political fact. King Louis was the state, by universal consent, and by divine authority, as all men believed. The army was his army, the navy was his navy, and wars, when he made them, were his wars. Everyone in the state was his subject, and all the property of the state was his personal private property, to dispose of as he pleased. The government officials carried out his will, and members of the nobility held the land and ruled in his name. But now suddenly the people of France overthrew the king and put him to death, and drove the nobles into exile. They seized the power of the French state, and proclaimed themselves equal citizens in the state, with equal voices in its government, and equal rights before the law. So we call France a republic, and describe this form of society as political democracy. It is the completion of the process of political evolution, and you will see that it moves in a sort of spiral, having completed a circle, and got back to where it was before, but upon a higher plane. The citizens of a modern republic are equal before the law, just as were the members of the savage tribe. But the political organization is vastly larger and infinitely more complicated, and every individual lives his life upon a higher level, because he shares in the benefits of this more highly organized and more powerful. End of chapter 52.